for just $39 to clean and refurbish
we
your
are.
AC. Fix it 24/7. They'll get into your system and practically disassemble it to get to the.
Are you there, Mark?
Yeah, hold on just a minute. I'm almost done, dude.
Oh, okay, I'll mute you again.
Online at fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com.
Committed to service in times of need, Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance donated $100,000 to Feeding Colorado. They're also applying premium credits and are working with customers to maintain their insurance. Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance. Real service, real people. Learn more at cfbinsurance.com.
If you suffer with back pain, Downtown's Healthcare is here to serve you. We're a corona-free zone and are taking all precautions to keep it that way. We're staying open to unburdened ERs and urgent care facilities. Call 303-292-9992 for an appointment today.
Have you still not refinanced your mortgage? Well, soon you might be kicking yourself in the head. Rates are at historic lows, so take advantage of our new Fast Track loan with an unbelievable low rate of 3.125 rate and APR with our no closing cost 30-year fixed loan. That's
PP,
no fees.
Paycheck Protection.
Westland Financial.
You right up on the Troubleshooter show. Wow, what a flashback. Okay, don't forget to Troubleshooter.com. Always reason if you have any problems.
You can save up to thousands of dollars a year. This amazing 3.125 rate and APR won't last long.
It's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. We got more coming right up on the Troubleshooter show. Wow, what a flashback. Okay, don't forget to
844-425-3669.
Wow, what a flashback.
Call us at 844-425-3669. That's 844-425-3669.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be
What's under federal adjustments, like whatchamacallit, like 401k? That was a federal adjustment, right?
Alimony,
Oh, really? That's
student loan interest.
15 minutes a day. You'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern conversation-based technique that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations.
Doc!
What's up, boys? Created by language experts.
You go, what's up, boys? We go, what's up, Doc? Hello?
You can speak a new language.
Hey Tom, if you get it, don't minute.
what's that?
If you get
Are you done?
actually really interesting stuff on vitamin D,
What was it?
on why it helps prevent corona.
Vitamin D is?
Yeah,
I take that every day.
How much?
you
How many
need to
units?
have. It's really
It's like
fascinating.
200%.
At least 10,000 units.
Oh, no, not
You need
that
10. How many do
Really?
you take?
I think it's like 300 or 400. Plus
Oh,
I
no,
take
no.
multivitamins.
You need, I mean, I know that for sure. You may not need 10,000, but you definitely need more than a few hundred.
Okay. I gotta look. I don't know for sure, Tom. So.
I don't know if they even make those.
It's probably not.
So you know what
Maybe
else
it's
is an
3,000.
interesting correlation?
What's that?
They're talking about how African Americans are dying more from COVID.
Right.
And part of it is because the darker your skin, the less you convert sunlight into vitamin D. So they tend to have a lower, the lighter your skin, the more your body produces vitamin D. The darker the skin, the less it is. So that's a big factor. Plus, like Muslim women who wear the burqas, they really have low vitamin D.
So that's what it's saying. So that's really saying that during the summer, is that why all viruses kind of go out?
Part of it, well, it's only respiratory viruses.
Okay.
that
Oh,
seems-
flu?
Yeah, definitely.
Is it most of that semi-respiratory or the?
Yeah.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Ross Kavinsky
But then-
and Tom Martino.
That's interesting.
What's this thing with spray? Just roofing, just telling us what's
Oh.
on there.
Yeah, she's a nut. So I just want to, like say, in my whole thing, I know we've talked about that. If we could have consumers that are they're just not good consumers.
Okay, man, I had a whole idea on that. I had it on the fucking person. And people have tried it. And for some reason, we can't get businesses to do it because they're afraid that we look like bad guys.
No, but and we don't see many. You know, it's just like
a lot more than you think, right?
Yeah, but it's just that, you know, and then we, like I said, I've just had a couple lately. I dealt with her for 6 weeks. And now she's taken to court. She's an absolute liar. She lies. Oh, this one with a roofing company and stuff. And now I just called the guy up last night and says, how's everything going on that? And now they just got like a 10-day demand letter from the lawyer saying that they're going to go. And she really is. She's a nut. And like I say, she also had an issue with another referral list member, and she kept on complaining. And that was 3 years ago. Mark handled that. And finally he gave in. Like that guy, you know, with, XL. They threw his old gutters away, and he went off, and
He wanted his old gutters.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Huh?
Why did he want them?
Because apparently him and his dad, I didn't hear the whole story on it, had put him up, or maybe he's going to use them for something else or whatever.
But once you tear them off.
Right, Tom, and the thing about it is, and this is, I got a kind of a bitch with Excel, is they gave him a huge discount on his roof just to shut him up. And I think when that happens, that you just turn that person into an idiot and a constant complainer, like this woman.
So listen to this. Lebanon, which opened up the country, has just shut it down again.
You're back, Jack.
Because of the second wave of coronavirus. By opening up the country.
Hey, is your camera on, Mark? I couldn't get it. So.
My camera was on right now. You
reimposing
You
restrictions.
get a shot that only Suzanne can see.
Uh-oh. Leave it off.
Hold on 1 sec here.
I don't need that shock so early in the morning.
Okay. I got fucking Memorial Day done today.
Screen gone black and no
Pain in the ass.
screen gone black and no sound. No, it didn't. Hey, ask Suzanne. We just had an emailer on Facebook said the screen gone black with no sound. I don't see any issues whatsoever.
Hold on. That was from yesterday, remember?
No. She just sent it this morning.
Well, I know, but she might be on yesterday's video.
Well, no, she can if she's giving comments for today.
What I said. Hold on. Let me make sure this intro's right.
I only have it for 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes.
I think last weekend came out to about 85%, which is pretty good, but he thinks he can get it higher.
It's more dangerous how much people and I got together to bring to our favorite home to get over you.
To make sure that the president is not living in the ivory tower in the White House and is really aware of what's going on across the entire country.
Yeah, I'm done. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fucking get in the shower. Some of us gotta fucking work. I'm plugging my camera in. I'll be right back, alright?
Okay.
Dano?
Okay.
Dano, tell Tom I'll be about 4 minutes late.
Okay.
No stalls, no accidents, no major delays, no kidding. Drive across the highways in the metro area in fairly decent shape at this time. A wide open drive on I-70 and I-25 through the heart of the city. Up in the foothills, watch out for construction west of I-70 at Idaho Springs. Once again today, the right lane is blocked off. Emergency road work underway inside the Eisenhower-Johnson Tunnel. Watch out for single lane traffic closures inside the tunnel both directions. The weather forecast. Well, it's going to be partly sunny later today with a high near 81. Tonight, partly cloudy overnight, a low around 48. Right now, mostly cloudy in the Mile High City and 60. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard.
Everywhere I look at turning my camera, this one into a IP cam. They all call them security cameras for some reason. Everything with IP.
We want to work with affordability on what you can make as a payment every month so that you're comfortable and something that works well for your situation. Call
Brent Ivinson and his team at 303-867-7000, 867-7000. IdealHomeLoans.com. Help when you need it most. Equal Opportunity Lender regulated by DORA and MLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call.
Whoa, market really dropped.
Really?
Yeah. 500 down.
Wow. Are you frittering away your weekends with odd jobs? Reclaim your days off. Brothers is our job. We'll get your home's AC up and running after a long winter snap. Put a nip in that drip, drip,
Spy, just like the real Spy. Spy Cam is an easy-to-use app that turns your Mac into a stealth surveillance system. But doesn't give it an IP.
At brothersplumbing.com.
ExcelRoofing.com. 303-7. Y'all ready for this?
To help.
VR.
I am here. I am ready.
Mark, you might want to tell Mark will be about 4 minutes late.
Born ready.
You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply.
Actually, I was born for each bastard, but here we go.
So 200.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. I'm so proud to have on board CBD products from Panacea Life Sciences in Golden. We thank you very much. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Put Tom in the promo code, get 25% off. I just put in another order. And, hey, you know what? This stuff is great for anxiety, for pain, for inflammation, for all kinds of problems. Now, speaking of problems, if you have a problem, consumer problem, you call 303-MARTINO 24/7, or when we're on the air, you can call 303-713-TALK. But remember, 303-MARTINO will also get you on the air when we're here. When we're not, it'll get you to a voicemail where we will get back to you. And Deputy Dan screens all those calls. Deputy Daff gets you on the phone, and then we're ready to go to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. What do people call about nowadays? Mostly pandemic-related. They call about the stimulus checks, unemployment, the PPP loans. PPP loans are very, very interesting. I'm learning that really this is an area of the most abuse, if you want to call it abuse. Now, I don't call it necessarily abuse. The government allows you to do it. But think about this. Any company, and this is what I find. We should get Eric Reiner on, Daff, when you get a chance. Any company, as I believe, any company with payroll, any company can take the payroll from 2019, and they can extrapolate out an amount to get a loan. And that loan does not have to be paid back. It's based on 2019 rent and wages. You get a loan, and as long as you pay it out for rent and wages this year, it does not have to be paid back. It doesn't say businesses who lost income. I don't see anywhere where it's actually qualifying you based on income. Now, that means almost anyone can get that. Is that what you understand it to be? Again, I was conversing with my accountant, asking him about companies who get it, and I'm going to try to get him on. Atlas CPAs and Financial Advisors, by the way, they are the people that we use for accounting, and we also promote them as accountants and financial advisors, so we'll talk about that with Eric Reiner. So, Daff, if you get a chance, let's get him on. Now, we have someone in Ohio who wrote to us. We have listeners, of course, all over the place because of iHeart radio app. We also have Facebook and YouTube live streaming and archived versions. And then we also have, of course, our radio stations, and in Denver, our flagship, 630 KHOW. It says this, Tom, I just want to give you another point of view since you're looking for listeners' perspectives on the restrictions. I live in Ohio, and which is just starting to open up retail and restaurants. However, I saw a restaurant around here like the one in Colorado that was packed. I would have no problem, because I said, by the way, the reason he's writing to me, I said, look, if we're going to get back, let's use common sense. Distancing, masks, things like that. And the reason I mention that is because I was against the total shutdown of the economy. I think it did irreparable harm. We can get into that, but I think that there was another way to approach that through common sense distancing and safety measures and quarantining the sick and those who are at high risk. But I won't get into that right now. So he says, you know, I wouldn't feel comfortable in a restaurant like that. He says, that's with the mask and all that. He said he would have no problem walking into a packed restaurant sitting down to eat. Same with my wife, even though we're 63 and 69. The best way to put it is we're both fed up. And he's fed up basically with the government telling him what to do. Here's what he says. We were originally told it was a 15-day to flatten the curve. But here's what he says. Then on March 18th, it was announced on March 18th. Okay, then he says, but what happened when the hospitals weren't overrun? Did we open up? No. No goalposts were then moved. Fortunately, I've been working since I'm an essential business, but the economy has been destroyed in the meantime. I work in a company that makes casters and wheels, and our sales plunged 35% when the shutdown was announced. Now, here's another thing. Many of the dictates don't make sense. Why are grocery and hardware and liquor stores open, but many other stores closed? Well, I can see why grocery stores are open, right? I mean, everyone needs food. And now he's talking about hardware stores and liquor stores. He just says it doesn't make sense. Also, when my company was declared essential, we worked pretty much as usual. Then our governor, Mike DeWine, says, we're all now to wear masks starting May 4th at our workplace. And he says, and even though we are not retail. We just went through 6 weeks without face masks. Now, why do we have to wear face masks 8 hours a day? And we're not really particularly close to anyone. Does this make sense? You can't trust the numbers. There are huge incentives to inflate numbers, he says. Anyone who sneezes is listed with the virus. It seems also hospitals are getting financially reimbursed more money for COVID-19 patients. By the way, that is true. That is true. I mentioned this before. It used to be on a death certificate, if flu was involved, you didn't mention flu as a death cause. You would have COPD or you would have other things. The flu was a contributing factor. It wasn't listed. Now they list it because the government says if you list it, you get extra money for reimbursement. And it says, Project Veritas did an undercover study at New York funeral homes where practically every dead body was listed as dying from the virus. In addition, the projected numbers get changed every week. How about just telling us you don't know? Why all the lies? You know, a lot of people have theories on why everyone wants to pump up these numbers. And it gets right down to politics. Everything, unfortunately, gets down to politics. I think that sucks, but everything gets down to politics. By the way, our number is 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Our accountant is not quite available, but we're going to get him on, or perhaps someone else. And if you know about a PPP loan, if you took one out, let us know. Now, anyway, this guy goes on to say that the biggest reason we can't be bothered, Tom. You talk on your show about the super-duper immunity booster stuff and spraying down your hands and the people you touch with alcohol and taking your face mask off and spraying it down. That's fine for you. I just don't want to live my life this way. We would rather just live our lives as normal and not worry about getting the virus. I thought the point was that most people are going to get it anyway at some point, and we're most likely to survive. You know, there are people who say, let us just live our lives. Do you know there are some people in the past that have told me that they don't like all the airport security? That they would just basically rather just live their lives and take their chances and just do normal, like they used to do a metal detector. Why do they have to do all the screening they do of luggage and all that? Look, we sacrifice freedom every time we elect safety. It doesn't mean there isn't a good balance. I think there is a good balance. I think we have to have some security and we have to give up some freedoms. I don't think we should have to give up our basic freedoms. And never before were we asked to give up basic freedoms like we were this time. Never before were people told, you do not have a right to make a living when we tell you to stay home. That's weird. In a free country, it seems to me that freedom is for those difficult times, not for the easy times. Meaning, it's for the times when you have an unpopular belief, an unpopular religion, an unpopular notion. If you want to work, doesn't free enterprise and freedom say, if you wanted to open your store, if people want to come, they come. If they don't want to come, they don't. And then you'd end up closing anyway. If we let nature take its course, what would happen? Are we saying we don't trust people to make good decisions? That's really what we're saying. Because we're saying if you use common sense and a business opens, it's automatically going to be packed and crowded. People will not on their own cut back. And there's truth on both sides. Some people say the government's job is not to keep us healthy. The government's job is national defense and possibly education on a state level. The government's job is not to keep me healthy. The government's job is not to dictate morals. And really, if you think about this, never before has the government taken on the role of keeping us healthy. Never, ever, ever, to a degree it has during this virus. It has never gone, we have never taken on the role of being safe, of healthy as it is now. You're saying that's wrong. Tell me another time the government has intercepted us to keep us healthy.
Secondhand smoke.
Huh?
Secondhand smoke.
That is not
the
true.
Government deciding that you cannot smoke in public places or in private.
Now that is not. It is not saying you can't smoke. It's saying you can't affect others. Now hold on. You can't affect others with smoke.
Right.
I don't mind that. You can't affect others with noise. You can't affect others with anything else. It doesn't say you can't smoke, Deputy Doc. It's not getting involved in our habits. It's not. If anything, it's helping the people who go to restaurants and public places not breathe in that smoke. But that is not you think that is a parallel to this?
Yeah, because
secondhand smoke.
Well, because if you are a business owner and you want to allow people, let's say you're a bar, you want to let people smoke and decide whether or not they want to come into your bar, have a beer and a smoke, you can't do it now because the government has prevented you from doing it.
You can't do it. You're right. You can't do it because they want to preserve the freedoms of others. What they're saying here is, it doesn't matter. You just can't do it, period. If they said, if you test positive, you have to be quarantined. If your business isn't sterile or it doesn't take these measures, it has to close. It's not saying that, Deputy Doc. It's not. In a smoking thing, people can smoke all they want. And certain places have to have designated smoking areas, and public areas can't have smoking. I don't think that has anything to do with this. This is saying it doesn't matter who you are. Even if you have all healthy people, you use social distancing, you use masks, you do what you want. During that time of the shutdown, there were no exceptions. They treated everyone the same. They have never done that before. That would be akin to saying, you can't go out because people might be smoking, instead of saying, don't smoke or don't smoke in this store. I would say that was not responsible for closing one business, not one. I don't think one job was lost because of that. I don't think it comes close to being a parallel. It does show government trying to keep people healthy. Yes, just like with speed limits and safety belts and helmet laws. Yes, I grant you that. But they have never infringed on personal freedom. They didn't say you can't drive a motorcycle. They said in some states you have to have a helmet law. And there are still people who believe if I don't want a helmet, I don't want one. And what is the excuse the government always gives for their reasoning? They say, well, you may not want a helmet, but if you end up in the hospital in intensive care, then we all pay for you. We hear this all the time. All the time. I say, you know what? Here's the deal. we should be able to, what happened to taking risk and being a free country and taking reasonable risk? What happened to it? Because if you follow your line of thought, Deputy Doc, honest to God, if you follow your line of thought that the government got involved with tobacco to keep us safe, then they should outlaw tobacco. There is not one logical reason that tobacco is not outlawed. Because they have proven that they don't give a damn about the economy. They don't give a damn about jobs. They don't give a damn about damaging certain sectors of the economy. I want to know from anyone, I want to know why is tobacco not outlawed? I want to know. I want one good reason why they don't outlaw tobacco. Tobacco is more deadly than anything we've ever faced, ever. Now, people might say, well, it's voluntary, Tom. People smoke. It's voluntary. But you see,
the big tobacco lobbyists.
But COVID is voluntary. What I mean is this, is that people can voluntarily choose not to get it by being safe. You know, I don't mind restricting people who have the disease, but never before have we done this. And here's what I see, inconsistency. My question is, why now? Why now? Why? Why didn't that happen during swine flu? Why didn't it happen during any other flu? That's the thing I can't understand. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have restrictions. I'm saying, why now do we have these restrictions? But if you want to talk about morbidity and things, there are so many things that will kill us that the government could legislate, just like they're doing this. Why don't they do it? Why? And like Mark said, big tobacco. Big tobacco. But you know what? In reality, if they want to save lives, tobacco would be the number one thing. The number one thing. That would save more lives than anything they're doing with the coronavirus right now. I mean, they really would. But you know what? No one wants to talk about that because we're very inconsistent. Very inconsistent. When it comes to safety, freedom, it's only when it comes to certain things. Now, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. John, we'll get to your call and more. Our phone number is 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
30 Away Art of Granite.
See, Tom, that was good radio.
What's that?
I said that was good radio.
But here's the deal, though. Tobacco.
Hey, Mark.
I've never understood tobacco. Why is it getting a free fucking
Because of the tobacco.
Lobbyists, yeah.
The lobby is so huge.
You know, and again, it goes to the farms, and they bring up the family farms.
Yeah.
And all
Yeah,
this.
but look at
So
all the people
I
that
agree,
work
Tom.
What about
100%.
alcohol? Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
gotcha.
The only thing, moderate amount is not bad for you.
Right. No,
But cigarettes, all amount.
Right.
The Art of Granite is open and going strong. The Art of Granite can get you countertops in 2 weeks. That's after you choose the material. And by the way, they charge wholesale for all material wholesale. And then they tear out and haul away free. They do the bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. That means the only thing you're really paying a markup on is fabrication and installation. TheArtOfGranite.com, 303-386-5919. You can even get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919.
Some thinking. These days without an alternative, less intrusive, less painful dental procedure to treat receding.
I saw it as an FBI agent. Mortgage frauds everywhere. Now there's a total.
Hey, Mark. Mark. Or does he got a commercial? Yeah, all you got to do is live with someone who died of cancer, lung cancer. You'll hate tobacco for the rest of your life.
I agree with Tom. There's no question. It's one of the most dangerous things, and because of the lobby.
Why is that so low?
Oh, I put it there. And I was just listening last night, and this is, and if you listen, you might want to just listen to one.
All right, Master Plumbing, I cannot stop talking about these guys. 24/7 emergency service. They also have great pricing. Plumbers with great pricing. If you ever need a sewer line replacement, you got to get a free estimate from them. They can beat the competition by up to 50%. No trick charge in the Denver metro area. They do simple jobs too, like installing a new faucet, or maybe a garbage disposal or a new toilet. Master Rooter Plumbing, 720-434-3406, 720-434-3406.
Urban Lights is inviting you to stop by their award-winning 20,000 square...
Back in 3 minutes, guys.
Mississippi, and get the lowest prices from designer
It's when it's like this here, you hear it in the background on Facebook and YouTube. That's why I like to turn it down, but I know you hear this when it's like this.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Santa Fe in Mississippi. For more info, go to urbanlightsdenver.com.
Lots of folks have realized that it really is possible to enjoy spending time at home, but it's not really as
Yes, it is.
without a Wind River spa. Step
Okay.
into the beautiful, relaxing water, knowing you're not subjecting your skin to chemicals like with other hot tub brands, knowing that Wind River is the only hot tub brand made in Colorado and made with only American parts. I've experienced the Wind River spa.
Mark said it wasn't connected, and it was. I had it on there.
Customize and price your own.
It's not going through.
Deliver it to your
Wow.
home with a money-back guarantee. Learn more at windriverspas.com.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Dub.
Breathe out and repeat after me. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Your bird is eating my candles.
Your bird is eating my candles.
No, seriously, he's making a mess.
No, seriously.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get a customized quote at libertymutual.com.
McDonald Hardwoods is where you need to go to get the hardwood flooring you want. They have everything. And here's the kicker. It's all pre-finished. No sanding and finishing. No hassle. Install it and live on it the same day. You can even do it yourself or have them do it for you. Check out their revolutionary products like Pure Genius and the Enhanced collections. You've got 3 decades of experience, and you can find out more at macwoods.com. That's macwoods.com. And when you get to McDonald Hardwoods, tell them you heard about it from Mandy Cole.
I'm Allie Turnin with Baird. We know you have many concerns right now. Your health, your family, and disruptions in your daily life. That's why we want to reassure you that you and your financial interests remain our priority. Baird has guided people through the most challenging market environments in history, and we're here for you now. If you have questions about your investments or plans, reach out to your Baird financial advisor or visit bairdcolorado.com.
This report is sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you.
We've got some welcome rain heading our way late week in the form of thunder showers. We need the rain. But today, beautiful sunshine, the high 78. I'm meteorologist Brooks Gardner, Fox 31, Inflight Weather.
Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at...
Here we go, gentlemen.
Supply.
Denver's talk station. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app.
Now #1 for podcasting.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. And let's talk to John. I don't know if John is a new call or not, but I will say this. It sucks. Leaf filter sucks. We have had so many complaints about leaf filter. John, have you ever talked to us before?
I have on other things.
Have you ever talked to us about leaf filter?
I mean, without ever even coming and looking at the problems, they quit returning my calls and
so it's not. We've had complaints in Denver, so now we're saying Colorado Springs as well. We got it. You know, somebody's got to. You know what, Deputy Doc, we ought to call corporate and say, who the hell do you have in Colorado? Because we have had so many complaints, it's ridiculous. And people, feel free to go to leaffilter.com and let them know that based on the calls to this show, you wouldn't even consider using them because of what you've heard.
I've got more response than on their website. The website always leads you back to their 800 number, but if you go to their Facebook page, I put a complaint on there, and I got a response immediately on.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go to their Facebook page, and is it Leaf Filter? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I'm going to go. It's Leaf Filter Gutter Protection. I'm going to go there, and I'm going to put a message. Are you just allowed to post?
Yeah, I actually posted, and then they private messaged me, probably because they didn't want all my dirty laundry out there, you know. But the gal that's been private messaging me has been responsive. She's very kind, and
I'm writing right now on their Facebook. I'm a consumer advocate in Denver, Colorado. Now, this post, is this going to go on their page or does it go on mine? See, that's the thing. When it says create post, does it post to their page?
Mine did.
Okay.
I'm assuming you went to the same place that I did. I don't know for sure, but then, like I said, I got a private message back from somebody, and they've been good about communicating. But their office here in Denver, in Colorado Springs, is zilch, and then Denver, they've responded, but they never do anything. They sent the same guy out to look at the problem twice, and that's been over the last 3 weeks. It's been 2 months since the install, more than 2 months, and now the guy, when I talked to him today to set up an appointment for tomorrow, he's asking me what the problem was. So it's just like... Okay,
so what are you calling about right now?
Well, I just, actually, it sounded from your screener's voice that I was late to the party here, and I apologize that I should have called you guys first. And right now, I'm hoping they show up tomorrow. At this point, I would just call in to get your opinion, but it sounds like it's about the same as mine. And
yeah, the same.
So
what do you want us to do? I mean, you say that they responded to you, so what are they doing for you?
Well, I don't know. Twice they've sent the same guy out to just take a look. And the second time they were supposed to send a repair crew, but they just sent the same guy, and he took more pictures and looked around some more. And now they're supposed to send a crew tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen. So I was calling more for opinion and to see what you guys thought, and then I can let you know what happens tomorrow if you'd like.
Okay, I want you to do that. I'm writing right now. Beware of this company. Okay, this is what I typed. Hello, I'm consumer advocate in Denver. I am a consumer advocate in Denver, Colorado for the past 40 years. I've been on radio, TV, and the internet fighting for consumers, fighting for and protecting consumers. Recently, we had lots of complaints about leaf filter. Poor installation, lack of communication, and not honoring warranties are just some of the issues. Beware of this company and talk to us before calling them. Do you think this will get action?
You'll probably get a private message from somebody there and saying, sorry for your problems. I mean, the same thing I got, and then they seem responsive there, but it doesn't seem like you get much action on the service department end. And the guy.
Well, guess what? We're going to get it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right this minute, and I'm going to post it. I can't believe this would post to their page. Let's see. Okay. Yep, it's posted to their page. We'll see what happens. Call us. Let us know what they do for you. And then make sure you leave your name so I can make sure that we give them your name if they call that you need help too, because it's not just in Denver, it's Colorado Springs as well. So Daff will get your name. Maron, is it Maron your name? You want to talk about bed bugs?
Yes. Yeah.
What's going on, Maron?
I'm just calling because we are having problem with the bed bugs in our apartment.
Okay, how many apartments in your facility?
I think that probably 30, 40.
Okay, hold on. We'll come right back to you. Bed bugs, almost an impossible situation to deal with landlords. I'm telling you, they don't want to handle it. They blame other people. We'll talk about what you can do coming up.
Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown at 2, 630 KHOW. Denver.
On the bed bugs, they're coming out to spray, but his kids have asthma, and it's affecting his kids. He really wants constructive eviction.
Sponsored by Discover.
Listen, he can't have it both ways. So what he's saying is, they suck because we have bed bugs, but we won't let them fix it.
Right. Well, and they have. It's just I don't know how many times they've come out there. I can't get them work.
South of town in the Gap, well, big delays both sides of
It's just not ringing through. We're going to have to reboot this phone.
Left lane block there, also the left lane block on
By the way, all the
southbound
cameras
side.
are good this
Taking
morning.
both
It's,
sides of the roadway in the gap at this time. The weather forecast could be partly sunny today with a warm high of 81. Right now, mostly cloudy skies, and we're sitting at 64. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Get your free...
Tom, 15 away, or 10 away now to fix it. Can you?
It includes your FICO credit. And checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
Fix It 24/7. You've heard this company on my show before, like George, the owner, authorized helping a 94-year-old woman with a broken down old condemned furnace, and he also added air conditioning to her home. They're committed to helping families, not just in great value, but in very special cases. They do charity work, and here's the point. If you need a great company for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, including their famous $39 check of your entire HVAC system, your AC system right now, call them 720-526-3939.
Thank you.
Businesses across the country are facing new challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic. So to help, we put together the iHeartRadio Small Business Crisis Resource, which has critical information, including lists of federal and state resources providing businesses...
What car donation exchange is she talking about?
Somebody had donated a car.
To who?
That one lady, what lady was it? I have to look back and look.
Is that the one from yesterday?
No. This was a while back. This was a while back.
Okay.
A week ago or so.
Quietly build up, and the high interest rates tied to some of your credit cards or personal loans can cost you a lot of money, but it doesn't.
That lady ever go get her stuff? Where's she going?
You can refinance any high interest debt into your mortgage at a much lower rate, creating up to maybe $1,000 a month in monthly savings, maybe more. It just takes a 10-minute call to American Financing to get started. You'll work with a dedicated mortgage consultant, someone who will customize a loan program to achieve your financial goals. There's no pressure, no upfront or hidden fees, and you don't have to start your loan term over. Instead, you can choose any term you need, which can mean tens of thousands of dollars in long-term interest savings. You might even be able to postpone 2 mortgage payments. So call 303-695-7000 to learn more. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
Hello, this is Denver Home Improvement.
Hello.
Can I talk to Todd, please? Sure, Dad. Hold on just a minute.
This is so weird.
This is Todd.
Hey, Todd, Dad, since 1985, when you were just a kid, we've been telling folks that we do kitchens, baths, counters...
We actually waited for him to get on the phone. He wasted that commercial time.
Right?
I don't know.
Dad. Okay. So isn't it about time we fire this operation up again big time and continue doing just that for all the folks out there? What you think?
Yes, it is, Dad. Let's do it. For those people calling now to get an estimate and then booking their complete project, like the install date, let's for a little while give them 20% off our regular retail price. It'll be one of the best offers we've ever made.
All right, Todd. Consider it done. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Even replacing wooden doors. We have our word. We'll treat you right at dinner. Call soon at 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Do you suffer from joint pain? Downtown's Healthcare is here to serve you. We are a corona-free zone, and we're taking all precautions to keep it that way. We're staying open to unworthy emergency rooms and facilities, so call 303-292-9992 for an appointment.
Imperial Chinese is one of the top restaurants in Denver, serving high-quality food since 1985. They pride themselves on creating mouth-watering dishes such as their signature Peking duck, grilled Colorado rack of lamb, and all-white meat sesame chicken. Imperial always uses fresh produce, no MSG, and they cook each dish to satisfy your taste buds. While the sit-down restaurant is closed, you can still call ahead for easy pickup at 303-698-2800 or ImperialChinese.com. Imperial Chinese Restaurant, 431 South Broadway.
I should have had Gathering do it. Don't be that person that says this after owning the remodeling project. Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, owner of Dunright Kitchens and Baths, Windows and Doors. Simply put, we make people happy by being particular, just like you. 800-362-8370.
Don't miss out on some of the all-time lowest interest rates. You can still buy or refi with Ideal Home Loans, safely, remotely, securely, locally owned and operated. I'm the consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I don't take my recommendations lightly. Brent Ivinson started Ideal in Colorado just about 20 years ago, and he's more committed than ever to doing loans at the lowest rates and costs in the market because he controls the entire process and owns his own money. As a direct mortgage lender, he has a streamlined process that can be done entirely online and on the phone. Get started today at 303-867-7000 or idealhomeloans.com. He urges you to shop for your loan. He simply wants a shot at your business because he knows he can make you a better deal. And all it takes on your part is a phone call.
I can't get Mark on the phone.
What's wrong?
I rebooted, he rebooted, nothing.
Here we go, gentlemen. 7,000. Go with the sure thing. Excel Roofing. 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show, folks. We are here to help you any way we can, and all you have to do is call us. Let's go to the phones. And really, this bed bug thing, Miran, I'm gonna tell you like it is, okay? Landlords will spray if they have a building wide. They usually will spray. If it's one apartment, you have a hard time getting their attention. And in all cases, you can use bed bugs if they're really bad as an excuse to break a lease. Now, is your landlord refusing to deal with the bed bugs?
No, they don't refuse. But initially, they started with 3 treatments, and it took like a month. And
so what's the problem? They are then willing. They are willing. You're saying to do something.
No, they don't. They just keep spraying, and the problem is...
Okay, and what the spraying is doing something. Are you saying the spraying is not getting rid of the bugs?
Yes.
It is not working.
It's not working, and my little daughter, 7 years old, got allergic at the 3rd treatment.
You do, okay, listen, but you do know they're trying with this treatment. If it's not working, what I want to know is, why do they keep doing it if it's not working? I can't help the allergic thing. If they're using licensed stuff, if they're using legal stuff, this is a problem. They don't, they're between a rock and a hard place. You're saying we don't want bed bugs, but we don't want you to spray either. That's going to be difficult. Tell me what you do want, Miran. What do you want?
So it's not working, and they keep spraying.
What do you want? I'm asking, what do you want?
I want to just break the contract.
Okay. There's a possibility you can. When is your lease up?
Is September 30.
Okay. You can try what's called a constructive eviction, but you have to do it in such a way that you cover your ass. Now, I'm not saying it's going to work, but it happens a lot, and it does work in many cases. If this was me, and they were spraying, and it wasn't working, I would say, dear so-and-so, this is to give you notice that we have a bed bug problem and that your attempts to rid us of them is not working. If the problem is not, this is what I would do if it was me. If the problem is not solved in the next 30 days, I will hereby give you notice that I'm breaking the lease. And that's an under constructive eviction, meaning that they cannot provide you with a safe, quiet enjoyment, a peaceful, quiet enjoyment of the premises. Look up constructive eviction. Only you can do it. We can't do it for you. And if we call them, I know what's going to happen. We've handled hundreds of these cases. They're going to say we're doing the best we can. You're going to say it's not good enough. Happens all the time. So now you have to take the next step. It's called a constructive eviction. You have to do it for yourself. So you notify them. Give them a reasonable amount of time to correct it. But make sure you note in there that you see that they have tried to spray, but the spray has not worked. And then if it cannot be corrected, you are giving them constructive eviction. You are breaking your lease. That's what I would do. So
okay, fantastic.
Now look up constructive eviction in Colorado. Get some information and try to word that letter in such a way, but I'm warning you, you must acknowledge what they have already done, because if you don't, they're simply going to say, no, you can't break the lease, we've already sprayed. So you have to tell them that, yes, I know you sprayed, but it hasn't worked. Therefore, I'm giving you so many days to get it done. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran is a great guy. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you need someone to buy or sell real estate, you won't find anyone better. He never holds you to a long-term contract. That's 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Really interesting.
We'll do it when we come back.
This report is sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you.
Big delays in the tech center.
Hey, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't realize vitamin D is less with, but it makes sense. I mean, just for the lighter of the skin.
It's really complicated how it works.
Aren't you also, doesn't magnesium, you're supposed to take it with magnesium too? No?
Probably zinc more than magnesium.
More than zinc? Okay.
Yeah, zinc. That was in my formula. Zinc, D. I'm telling you, man, C, garlic, and echinacea. It is a wonderful formula I have. Oh,
I'll tell you, the pathways for immunology are so complicated.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
No, I agree.
And it's almost impossible to make your immune system strong enough to. Yeah, I got you.
At discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. That is the website to find Buddy and Karen Mitchell's store, Simply Floors Inc. Now, they can come to you, or they can do virtual meetings. They can do anything you want to make it safe and secure for you, but you'll get discounts of 20, 30, and 40%. They pass discounts on to you and hire the best installers and the best warranties in the business. All the popular floor coverings. Check them out, SimplyFloorsInc.com. We recommend them to everyone. Simply Floors Inc. INC, SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Great skill, roller coaster maker. Are you concerned about the future and how to protect your home? Do you want to become mortgage?
Yeah, so if you have darker skin, you are less prone to skin cancer from the sun, but yet you have a higher breakdown.
Less production of vitamin D.
Vitamin D, yeah. Makes sense. But that's not what AOC said was a racial thing.
Well, maybe racial, but it's something that you can't help.
No, I know it.
No, it's racial. Everything's racial.
Right.
Worm. She is a worm. She really is a worm.
What's that?
She's a worm. She just, pokes her head up anytime she sees something that she does, but she goes right back down if anybody criticizes her.
She's a garden eel. Have you ever seen a picture of that when you scuba dive?
A garden eel?
The thing's called garden eels. You could have a flat, sandy thing, and these garden eels will pop up, straight up, like for a foot, and they look like blades of grass. And as soon as there's any kind of disturbance, they disappear.
Yeah. There she goes. They call it garden eels.
Garden eels, that's what they are. Look it up. It's really interesting.
What do they eat?
Plankton.
Plankton. Love plankton. I like a good...
yeah, I do too. It's amazing. That's what manta rays eat. And whale sharks. Have you ever seen them? They're like these 60 foot long...
and then they screen it through their...
Yeah, they just eat plankton. Yeah. Nothing bigger than that.
Amazing. Amazing how much plankton is out there and stuff like that.
And if you really want to see it, there's some places in the Pacific Ocean where they have bioluminescent plankton. And if you jump in the water, it turns blue. And that just shows you how much plankton is there. Because you can actually see how much there is when you agitate the water.
Yeah, well, actually, there's a lot of, maybe it's not plankton, but I remember when we were diving in Hawaii and Pearl Harbor there, and I was like, terrible.
Really?
All the water's terrible there. That's where because I was in the Navy dive school. When you did that at night, when you dive at night and you wave your arms, you see
the bioluminescence.
Yeah.
No cookie cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments.
Did you get certified in the Navy?
Yeah.
Did you do any of it recreationally afterwards?
Not afterwards, I didn't. I had ear issues and stuff where when water goes in my ears, I get a little disoriented, so I never really liked it and stuff.
Yeah, if you have trouble clearing your ears, you can't dive.
Yeah, not clearing. It's just that it gives me a like vertigo.
Like vertigo?
Yeah.
That's not good when you're underwater.
Yeah. Even though they say, and I've never done it, because if you go into a helicopter, they do that where they put you in the water and stuff, and they say you can't tell when they do it and flip you over.
Right.
You can't tell up and down. You got to look at the bubbles.
Yep.
That's the only way to.
So Tom, I was watching something last night about a plane crash where the pilots got disoriented as to whether they were upside down or right side up.
Yeah, because they were in
dark.
They were in clouds. So if the pilots hung like a little ball in front of the windshield, it would be like a $2. Why don't they do that?
You know, what's really weird is if they're flying fast enough and they fly coordinated, it wouldn't do anything. It would stay right where it is.
Well, if the plane's upside down.
But they should look at anything that's not attached and it should fall down too. But you're right, that would be that wouldn't get in everybody's way.
In the old-fashioned days, they did have a string they used. They did. They actually did. It's weird. They used to do that.
New, beautiful kitchen countertops in just.
I'm thinking that all these incredible state-of-the-art electronics.
I agree.
All they need is a glass of, a bottle with some liquid in it, or a string with a ball on it.
I know, and they used to do that. But that still doesn't tell them how to get right. Why did they lose their? I wonder why they lost their.
Well, something happened to one of the flaps or ailerons or something, and it had a sharp break to the left, to the right, and then they tried to counterbalance it, but they couldn't, and they rolled the plane over, and they didn't know the plane was upside down because they were in a fog bank and there was no horizon to give them any visual orientation. So I'm thinking, why wouldn't just a ball on a string?
No, you're right. It's very simplistic. I didn't know you could get that disoriented, but I imagine.
Oh yeah, that's what happened to John Kennedy Jr.'s plane.
You needed the ball with the string.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Let's do whatever we can to make your life just a little easier. And that includes Compass Insurance Group. Get an insurance checkup and save tons of money with an insurance checkup. That means you can call and say, this is what I have, this is what I'm paying, what can you do for me? Now, Compass Insurance Group also has something else. They have an array of great companies that use independent insurance brokers. In fact, Auto Owners Insurance is one of those companies that believe in using local brokers because they want you to be able to call when you have a problem, when you have a claim, and get someone who cares. And Auto Owners Insurance authorizes their brokers to deal with you for them, and it's a great way to stay in touch with your carrier. So Compass Insurance Group, Auto Owners Insurance, great combination. And, of course, the company itself, Compass Insurance Group, 303-996-9000 for an insurance checkup. Deputy Doc wants to talk about vitamin D. Now, we have long advocated there are immunobooster formulas. Of course, no formula will prevent anything. It will boost your immunity. There are certain, I've touted this before, there are certain ingredients that are invaluable to resistance, to building your immune system. And the immune booster formula I strongly believe in has to do with hydration and vitamin C and zinc and NAC, which I can't pronounce, but it's N-S-elastine. No, there it is right there. It doesn't sound like what you're saying, but it's, what is, okay, and they say that's wonderful. And then, of course, echinacea and garlic. But you say vitamin D, which I also have on my list. And vitamin D, more and more is coming out about that. Explain that, Deputy Doc. Vitamin D, and I want to make sure you're on. Hold on, you're on. Go ahead.
More and more research is showing that there's a correlation between vitamin D and decrease effects of respiratory viruses.
Why is that?
Well, it's very complicated, the mechanisms, how vitamin D interacts with the immune system. It's way too complicated to get into. But the point is, if you have a normal level of vitamin D, you are more protected against respiratory viruses, including COVID-19. They did a multi-variant analysis looking over several studies, and they all showed that there was a inverse correlation between the amount of vitamin D and the effects of the COVID.
Which means it's a good thing.
It's a good thing. If you have a normal level of vitamin D, you're more protected against the COVID virus than people who don't have normal levels of vitamin D. So you need to get outside in the sunshine and take a vitamin D, because most foods don't contain a lot of vitamin D. So it's important that you take a multivitamin with the normal dose of vitamin D in it. And the other thing that's really interesting is that the lighter your skin, the more vitamin D your body produces. So when people are saying that there's a racial component to the coronavirus, it may be because people with darker skins or Muslim women who wear hijabs are not getting any vitamin D production. So it's
oh my goodness!
It
could appear to be racial.
Well, it's racial in the sense that darker skin does not produce vitamin D as much as the lighter your skin is, the more vitamin D your body produces. So the more vitamin D you have, the more protection you have against severe respiratory illnesses.
Very interesting, Deputy Doc. Very interesting. So vitamin D, one of the many things that are very, 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 very important. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If you have any problems, questions, or complaints, of course, you can call us at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Some of the other things of note, the virtual education around the country is said to have been going successfully to a point where some schools are considering moving to an online model or starting an online model. There are estimates that say that basically that it's only going to benefit about 40% of the kids can really do well just online. I don't know where they get those stats from, but there are different stats depending on where you look on online schooling. I'd like to know what you think about online schooling and if you would accept it as a substitute for going to school if you could save a bunch of money and get better education. And also, we'd like to hear about takeout restaurants, the ones that you love, the ones you were disappointed with, and more on the Troubleshooter Network. Stick around, 303-713-TALK.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering the corona.
Plans to have almost all of their courses online in the fall. They canceled just about.
Who did?
California.
California State University.
I seen that.
Wow.
So in the 23 campus Cal State system, the vast majority of courses are going to be online in the fall. That's 23 universities in the California State system.
Urban Lights is following the recommended CDC guidelines.
Wow.
Your safety is their top priority. Experience
That's amazing.
Now, you know what? One thing I was talking to my friend about was also a doctor. A big part of our pre-med stuff was laboratory work in organic chemistry. And so I guess they're going to have those because you can't do that online. I mean,
there's many, stuff like that. Or here's another thing: is in many of these groups and stuff, you need groups of people to study together. If it's no engineering,
you can have a Zoom.
Boy, it's tough, isn't it?
No, to get a Zoom and study together, I don't think so.
But like say, you're looking at whole formulas and stuff like that, and right? I mean, all that. I look at it like formulas that you write on the board and you have someone up there.
I think that the kids nowadays are so tech savvy that they can do that. What they can't do is the actual hands-on lab work.
What's going on with the phones today? It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. This phone here?
No, our phones.
There's not. I don't know.
Could we have problems?
Let's see. There's no callers up. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a big step for Angelenos. LA County's beaches are open again after they
See what we have for.
There are restrictions.
Got 23 on Facebook and 51 on YouTube. So.
There's no picnicking or sunbathing.
MH just said, just have the student play Operation.
Yeah.
That's funny.
The ones who did good on it went on to be surgeons. Yeah. The one who didn't went on to be internal medicine doctors.
There you go. That's funny.
It's expected to move away from the U.S. mainland, but it's adding a new wrinkle to it.
But they're talking Los Angeles to be shut down till end of August.
The city?
Yep. I mean, we'll see. Everybody's saying things, and we'll see how Georgia was one of the first ones to open up.
I told you what they did. Lebanon just reinstituted lockdown because they had a surge of new cases when they opened up the country.
And again, that's what they need to look at everything. Like say,
Lebanon had opened up the country, and now they just
shut down. We'll have a fucking revolution
because they have a surge in new cases.
Okay, cool.
Our top priority is the health and safety of the communities we serve. And while it's true that things are changing rapidly every day, one thing that'll never change is our commitment to giving you the best mortgage experience. At Rocket Mortgage, our guiding philosophy of every client, every time, no exceptions, no excuses, exists for times like right now. We understand that hardships may arise, and we're prepared to help. If you currently work with us and need
now, even there, okay, Lebanon, they're a little darker skin. They have a lot of covered people, a lot of Muslims and stuff.
I give advice according to the best scientific evidence. And we really got to be very careful, particularly when it comes to children. Because the more and more we learn, we're seeing things about what this virus can do that we didn't see from the studies in China or in Europe.
Reporting suggests, Dr. Redfield, that this guidance that was developed by you and other experts was shelved by the administration. Why didn't this plan get released? And if it is just being reviewed, when is it going to be released?
I do anticipate this broader guidance, though, to be posted on the CDC website soon.
We have the coronavirus contained. Right now, it depends on what you mean by containment. If you think that we have it completely under control, you know.
I understand that politicians are going to frame data in a way that's most positive politically. Of course, I don't expect that from admirals. I find our testing record nothing to celebrate whatsoever. The fact is their test numbers are going down now because they don't have the kind of outbreak we have.
The anxiety, the health condition.
The world needs medical supplies, so we're producing more of the raw materials they're made from, and making medical-grade hand sanitizer.
How do I shut this up?
Mark's having his issues, phone, both his, he needs to go, he must be on Wi-Fi on his phone.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by the UPS Store. Travel around the metro area freeway system in really good shape right now. Earlier crash in the tech center, southbound I-25, the county line has been cleared. Traffic flow back up to speed on that stretch. In the gap, that earlier stall, northbound I-25, the earlier Upper Lake Gulch Road, that's been cleared out of traffic as well. No delays in the gap at this time. Back in town, a little bit of slowing on westbound I-70 in the elevated portion. Otherwise, the drive across the city in fairly decent shape at this time. Weather forecast. Well, it's going to be partly sunny later on today, warm with a high of 81. Right now, mostly
Mark is having issues.
Who is?
Mark with his phone and
impact traffic and weather.
everything.
Wagner, 6:30.
I mean, he's had other issues.
Are from business as usual, but the 80 locations of the UPS Store in Denver and northern Colorado want you to know they're open and ready to help with your small business any way they can during these difficult times. Visit the upsstore.com for locations and hours.
McDonald Hardwoods is where you need to go to get the hardwood flooring you want. They have everything. And here's the kicker. It's all pre-finished. No sanding and finishing, no hassle. Install it and live on it the same day. You can even do it yourself or have them do it for you. Check out their revolutionary products like Pure Genius and the Enhanced Collection.
No, boy, they won't be satisfied. Those fucking country just comes to a screeching halt. They're already blaming Trump.
For what? Which one?
Everything.
Oh, of course.
It's the same fucking game.
Is one of the top restaurants in Denver, serving high-quality food since 1985.
Someone's asking, how do you wash those XP masks? Just in the washer?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, gentlemen, it is Ant, back on in 30 seconds.
For Taste Buds. While the sit-down restaurant is closed, you can still call ahead for easy pickup at 303-698-2800 or ImperialChinese.com. Imperial Chinese Restaurant, 431 South Broadway.
iHeartRadio wants to help with a chance at $1,000. Text the nationwide.
All right, 10 seconds, we're back.
100-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's bills to 200-200.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere, where we are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. And this hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. If you need CBD products or want to try them with THC or without, even the ones with THC, by the way, they don't make you high, they don't give you a buzz, but they do fight anxiety, make you feel good. They also help with pain, anti-inflammatories, immunoboosters. RealCBDThatWorks.com. They have hand lotions, hand sanitizer, they have creams and oils, they have chewables and gel caps. So all you do is go to RealCBDThatWorks.com, put Tom in the promo code, get 25% off. So in Corona news, basically, and we will help you with anything. Just call us at 303-713-TALK. I particularly want to know restaurants that you love, the takeout that you love. What particularly is convenient, good, accurate, wonderful? Let me know some of the restaurants you've used. Now, the thing about, if you read the news, it's unbelievable what you're reading about the coronavirus. It is, of course, striking older people the most, nursing home people, that's the highest demo, and those over 80. There are other people dying, and many, many people who are considered minorities. Why? And not just minorities, but dark-skinned. Now, if you listen to AOC, it's some kind of a discrimination. The virus doesn't discriminate, but she's claiming, and others are claiming, society discriminates, and they are the most vulnerable because of how they live, and somehow we've caused that as a country. Deputy Doc gave an explanation I find very plausible. He said that darker-skinned people may be more susceptible to more ramifications of the virus because of vitamin D levels. How do you equate vitamin D to skin tone? Just tell me that part. That's what I don't understand.
The lighter the skin, the more the lighter the skin, the more the light produces vitamin D.
Okay, so darker skin does not produce the same amount of D.
Correct.
Really?
Yes.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Okay, so darker skinned people don't get as much natural vitamin D. Vitamin D has been shown to be a really, really good thing in warding off the virus and fighting the virus once you have it. And almost everyone, no matter what color your skin, can use vitamin D. Because vitamin D is an essential nutrient, but we don't get enough of it. So vitamin D is really important. So the theory is darker skinned people don't produce as much vitamin D. That could be a problem, and that could be one of the reasons. Now, what do you think about colleges? We are hearing from more and more colleges that they will not be reopening in the fall. They're going to go to online. Now, what's going to happen? I mean, I don't know how a lot of these colleges can exist charging what they do if people are going to be home. That to me seems weird. Here's another thing. The small business loans, there are PPP loans available. The Washington Post reports that the Aspen Institute think tank received $8 million in a small business loan despite having $115 million endowments, $115 million in endowments, and billionaires on the board. And that's the same. Didn't Harvard get some help too as well? See, this is the thing. When it comes to qualifying for this help, they're not really parsing it out according to need. Anyone can get this PPP loan to supplement their income, or not their income, but their payroll for 2.5 months. And if you show that you do that, you don't have to pay it back. And I'm telling you, a ton of people are doing that. Let's, as we do, we love checking in with businesses. Let's talk to a Colorado Springs business, Garage Kings. But don't you work the metro area as well, TJ, or not?
Yes, I do, Tom. Thanks for having me on.
Okay. We are checking in with a number of businesses over this pandemic to find out how they're doing. Now, I'm not sure if it's considered essential or not, but it doesn't matter now because businesses are reopening. But were you open during the shutdown?
Yes, we were. We were actually considered under the construction, so any home improvement, and because we were outside and we always wore our PPE equipment.
Garage Kings, tell us what you do. You're on the referral list at referrallist.com. Tell us what you do.
So we do a polyaspartic floor coating, which is basically an epoxy. We come in, we grind the floor, we clean it up. We put a base coat down, then we'll put your choice of flake, then we seal it, and we're all in and out in one day, and it protects your concrete against oil, salt, rust, fuel, all that good stuff.
Now I've seen, and I want to clarify something. I've seen at Home Depot you can buy this stuff, a lot of stuff. Can you explain the problem with that? We've gotten many calls from people who've tried to do it themselves, or others that hire these temp workers to do it and end up having big problems. Like 90% of it's in the prep work, isn't it? It doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter what you buy, but any product is going to fail if it's not put down properly.
Correct, Tom. If you look at the Home Depot kits, they say acid wash. That doesn't do anything for the concrete. So therefore, 2 to 3 years, you're just going to peel it up. It's kind of like Thompson's water seal. You have to keep doing it over and over and over. Our material, once we prep, it actually sinks into the concrete and absorbs. That way, the concrete will bond to it, and it doesn't peel like the epoxies and the cheaper products. But the prep work is the major concern when applying this product.
Okay, and again, the prep work takes as long or longer than the application, right? As far as time?
The prep work takes about 3 times longer than the application itself.
So when people are looking for this stuff, they need to know not only do you clean the garage floor, you kind of etch it, right? Or bead blast it, or what do you do?
Grind it.
Grinding. Okay, and how do you do that? With a grinder?
Yes, we have it's a floor grinder. It's about 900 pounds. It has 6 diamond blades on it, and we take off about a 16th to an 1/8 inch off the top layer of concrete.
And then cover it over.
Right, because we want to open up the pores, get all the oil, dirt, and everything else off the concrete.
And how long does it take from start to finish?
We're a typical 3-car garage. It's about 8 hours. We're in and out.
That's how long it took them to do mine a couple weeks ago or a week ago.
And you're in and out in 8 hours. And then you can drive on it right away?
No, we recommend 48 hours, Tom, just to let it fully cure. You could walk on it the following morning and put toolboxes, refrigerators, all that good garage items back in the following day.
Will you help with moving stuff, or the garage has to be completely empty before you go in?
We actually have one of your referral mover companies that help us, and we do a pod. So we'll get a pod, and we'll hire usually Cowboy Moving, and they come out and do the actual moving for us.
Is that included in the price, or is that a separate price?
Yes, it's included in the price. We get a discount, and we don't charge any up. So whatever we pay is what the customer pays.
Okay. 303.
Are you still doing that special?
Yes, right now we're doing a special at $5 a square foot.
Okay, that's cool. Now, hold on. Does that include prep and lay down?
That's everything, Tom. That's from beginning to end. There's no added cost in our...
All right. I'm going to tell people where to get in touch with you. GarageKings.com, but put a slash and Colorado Springs to get our Garage Kings on the referral list. Go to referrallist.com, or you can call 720-252-0370, 720-252-0370. Now, I'm going to ask business people, whoever is listening, if you'd like to talk about your business, whether you're on the referral list or not, you can call in. We'll also check with other members of our referral list. But we want to help everyone. So if you have anything going on, let us know, and we'll let everyone know. Also, if you have takeout that you have found to be extremely good, accurate, convenient, whether it's takeout or curbside, whatever, give us a call. The number is 303-713-TALK. We have more coming up.
Clear. We got your Fuller Law coming up in about 30 seconds, Tom.
Hi, it's Lynn and Michelle, the sisters from Brothers. Are you frittering away your weekends with odd jobs? Reclaim your days off. Brothers is on the job. We'll get your home's AC up and running after a long winter's nap. Put a nip in that drip, drip, drip with plumbing repairs. And make summer nights magical with lighting.
All right, 10 seconds, Fuller Law short. You ready, Tom?
Call 303-451-5057.
All right. Here we go.
Online at brothersplumbing.com.
If you're in a car accident, a traffic accident, a motor vehicle of any kind, big rig, a motorcycle, or you're on a bicycle, or you're a pedestrian, or whatever, get advice immediately. Get advice immediately on your injuries. Get advice on your, of course, your legal advice on personal injury from John Fuller, Fuller Law. Free advice when you need it the most. Give him a call, 303-597-4500. If he takes the case and you decide to have him take the case, he only gets paid if you get paid. Fuller Law, personalinjuryco.com, 597-4500.
All right, you are clear.
Hello, this is Benright Home Improvements.
Hi, Shen. Dad, can I talk to Todd, please?
Sure, Dad. Hold on just a moment.
Windows and doors. You have our word. We'll treat... This is Todd.
Hey, Todd, Dad, since 1985, when you were just a kid, you've been telling folks you need
a little hokey. I'm sorry.
Replacement windows and doors, right? And that we treat them right at number, right? Of course we have, Dad. Okay. So isn't it about time we fire this operation up again big time and continue doing just that for all the folks out there? What's your name?
Yes, it is, Dad. Let's do it. For those people calling now to get an estimate and then booking a complete project to select install date, let's for a little while give them 20% off our regular retail price. It'll be one of the best offers we've ever made.
All right, Todd. Consider it done. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Even replacing windows and doors. Have our word. We'll treat you right at Dunright. Call soon. 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Lots of folks have realized that it really is possible to enjoy spending time at home. But it's not really a staycation without a Wind River Spa. Step into the beautiful, relaxing water, knowing you're not subjecting your skin to chemicals like with other hot tub brands, knowing that Wind River is the only hot tub brand made in Colorado and made with only American parts. I've experienced the Wind River Spa difference myself, and I believe you'll truly love yours. Customize and price your own, and they'll deliver it to your home with a money-back guarantee. Learn more at windriverspas.com.
iHeartMedia knows small businesses across the country are facing new challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic. So to help, we put together the iHeartRadio Small Business Crisis Resource, which has critical information, including links to federal and state resources, providing businesses with stimulus loans, grants, and other financial help. We also shine a spotlight on small businesses doing good right now. Visit iHeart.com/smallbusiness to learn more.
Yeah, really. You should listen, Tom, just to see what you think, how it works, Facebook or YouTube. And just at night, just see if there's anything you think.
We have the same.
Because I get complaints almost every day about it.
About what?
Tom's mic. And I mean, you'll know a whole hell of a lot more than I will, how if that's even anything you can do.
But if it's coming to that, I don't know what to do.
And I'm going to ask Suzanne, because she was just on the radio, she can listen on the radio. I assume it is. Can you tell the difference between Mark and Tom when you listen on the podcast?
I haven't listened on the podcast.
The only thing, his is farther away. When I watch him talk, his is farther away. But there is a difference. All I'll say is just listen and stuff and see.
If you want the next big winner to be you, enter now at PCH.com. Entry due 625. No purchase necessary. Void for
Lo que hagamos ahora cambiará para...
Apparently, Tom, or Mark's having his problem. Well, Suzanne called.
Investment banker at Baird. Since 1919, we've advised individuals, institutions, corporations, and municipalities. Whether you're growing your company in markets around the world or planning your family's financial future, Baird has the expertise to get you there. We are Baird. Imagine where we can
There we got a couple callers, huh?
My God.
New, beautiful kitchen countertops in just 2 weeks? Yes, from the art of granite, start to finish, quartz, granite, or other stone and solid surface materials. 2 weeks. Remember, the bathroom is always free when you get your kitchen done, along with free tear-out and haul away. The art of granite.
Every day the CNN
A
has.
Stone importer wholesale for all materials. Call today 303-386.
So we're giving that car away in Aurora. Where the hell is that? It's like herding cats.
ArtGranite.com.
This report is sponsored by American Financing.
We've got some welcome rain heading our way late week in the form of thundershower.
Where the hell is that?
About 30 seconds back in. I'm meteorologist Brooke. Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Oh, it's Sheridan there.
Shout out to the restaurant. It's actually one that I work at.
Okay, good.
When you choose
Good.
Financing, 303-695-7000 or AmericanFinancing.net, NMLS 18234, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
Every night at 8, Denver's talk station.
So me and Mark go to Sheridan tomorrow. Aurora store.
Step outside your home tonight at 8 and say thanks with a howl.
Love that howling.
That is so dumb.
You're gonna say that, Tom.
Americans are not spending as much, and they're hoarding cash. They're not using credit cards as much, and they are saving like never before. The U.S. credit card debt suddenly reversed course in March. Now, I'm getting this from the Internet Business Reports. They say it's been the largest drop in 30 years in credit card spending. Now, I would think credit card spending would be more. Also, because people are saving, less people are buying, we are definitely heading for a major recession. I mean, a real recession. It's not going to be a bounce back. The Democrats will have everything they want going into the fall elections. A complete upset of the economy and a recession like never before. That's what people are saying. Rachel, you like La Cueva for takeout?
Yes, La Cueva. They're on East Colfax.
Okay, how do you spell it? I'm putting it on our list.
It's L-E. It's actually L-A-Q-U-E-V-A.
Q-U-E-V-A,
and they're on East
got it.
Colfax.
Okay. Now, what do they do?
So it's authentic Mexican food, and their orders are always accurate. Been going there for years, but last week we went there twice, and they were so friendly and welcoming and taking our order, and it was 110% accurate.
How is the value?
Oh, the value is awesome. We ordered fajitas and some other food, and for 3 people, it was about $40. It was very very affordable.
And let me get it straight. Let me get it straight, because I'm going to try all of these. It's La Cueva.
Yes, LAQUEVA.
Got it.
Aurora.
Got it. Okay.
On
Okay.
East
Good.
Colfax.
All right. On East Colfax. And by the way, the convenience. Do you go in or they curbside it?
So both. You could go in, or they'll bring it out to your car if you call them.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, we're all spending more time at home, and even though we're not officially in a quarantine soon here, we're going to be using common sense. Most of us will be spending more time at home. In general, I'd like to know takeouts. I'd like to know anything else you're doing.
I got to shut up.
Maybe you have, Ants, maybe you have some crafts you're doing at home, or what are you doing to pass the time? What have you found to be your saving grace? I know one thing that I'll tell you, I cannot stare at TikTok or I'll never get off it. TikTok is so fascinating to me. Now, TikTok, it's like a Vine used to be, really short videos. Now, I know a lot of it's nonsense, but I swear to God, man, you go on TikTok, there are some talented people on there doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Magic, they do dance routines, they do cooking, all of that. Anyway, I sound like a weirdo, but I love TikTok. Okay, so Ants, who do you want to shout out to?
I wanted to give a shout out to a restaurant that I actually work at, Ramen Star. It's located on Tejon Street near the Highlands. Let me get the official address.
What do they do? What do they do?
It is authentic Japanese ramen as well as authentic Japanese whiskey, Japanese beer. Like our chef Kim Song is from Japan, and he does everything authentic. He makes the noodles in-house. It's like just a really great place.
A lot of takeout, Ants?
Yeah, a lot of takeout. Everything is takeout now. You can pull up in your car, and we will bring it out to your car to you within certain distances, like within a couple of blocks. We'll even walk it to you if need be. But I work in the kitchen, and my girlfriend works out front. We all wear face masks. There's sanitizer on every station. So I was just wanting to give a shout-out to there because I
all right,
like.
Spell it, please. Spell it, please.
Ramen Star. It is RAMEN. STAR.
Okay, Ramen Star. Got it. Now, some of the ones we've gotten calls on before and that I personally experienced as well. Olive Garden has the most awesome drive-up curb delivery into the parking lot. You never have to talk to anyone. You go online, you order, you drive to your closest Olive Garden where you made the order. They take your name, they give you a slot, you park, they deliver. Bonefish Grill, you walk in, it's wonderful. Famous Dave's, wonderful. Mark said Maggiano's. Did you do Maggiano's, Mark? Is he there?
A couple times,
okay.
Man. Love Maggiano's.
Now, did you, tell me the truth, did you do the butter cake?
No, they don't have butter cake right now. All they have is cheesecake.
Oh, okay. Bright Martin, which is on University right next to Kathleen's Bakery. We love both of those. Chick-fil-A does a great job. And also Poppy's. Poppy's is an old-time restaurant in Denver. Man, are they good people. You walk in and they have stations numbered where you stand for your stuff. Plus, they have a lot of other stuff available for you. They have sanitizer available right at the place, rubber gloves. And then we just heard about Ramen Star. Doc, what do you have?
I like Garlic Knot on Parker in Florida. They have a great Italian food.
Garlic Knot?
It's called Garlic Knot. K-N-O-T.
Parker in Florida.
Right. It's right next to the Walmart there.
Huh.
Really good Italian food. Takeout.
Have you done the takeout there?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to put it down. I only want to put stuff down that we've actually experienced. Is it convenient?
Very convenient.
Do you have to order on phone or online?
Well, either one.
Okay, because to me, if you don't have online, forget it. I love the online stuff. Steve, what about you? What do you got? Steve.
Okay, so a couple small businesses at the streets of South Glen. There's a little restaurant called Indulge. Really good food. We bought some meat from them as a supermarket type thing. Excellent, excellent meat.
Okay.
There's also a cute little boutique mom and pop shop right next to it called Tea is for Table. Really cute gift ideas.
Are they open? Have they been open or they just started to open?
They just started opening.
Okay.
They also do delivery. They do free gift wrapping. Excellent, excellent store, though.
How are the streets of South Glen in general? Are many stores reopening?
Right now, it's pretty bare. They've had a lot of lost businesses. They're it's like a ghost town.
God,
but,
this is sad. What do you think, Steve? Do you run a business?
No, I don't. I'm a police officer out here working.
Okay.
So,
By the way, have you seen an increase? We hear there's an increase in domestic violence and stuff like that. Is that true?
Well, yeah, domestics, and there's also child abuse.
Oh gosh.
Obviously the homeless are running rampant down in Denver, and it's sad. What this has brought out.
Well, Steve, thank you for what you're doing, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, absolutely, Tom.
Okay. Yeah, law enforcement, man, I'll tell you, where would we be without that? And people have stopped hoarding. Stores, I'll give credit to stores now that have limited the toilet paper, the paper towels, the wipes. You got to do something like that. 303-713-TALK. Now, listen, I want to hear about any business that needs our help, but they offer value and they're really stepping up. In fact, Daff, I'd like to check with our bakery, the low-carb bakery. Is it Wave the Grain? Check with them, see what they're doing. We got more coming up.
Clear? You got your
got it.
store coming up in about a minute.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, have you ever gotten stuff from Tony's?
I'm sorry, what part?
Have you gotten stuff from Tony's?
Yeah, that's good.
Tony's Deli?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's
Tony's Meat and...
I know Tony. Tony Versace. We used to play card cards.
I wonder how he's doing.
Huh?
I wonder how he's doing.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because they have great stuff.
But we mainly went out to
I
dinner.
am.
He got a good job.
What was I going to say? Oh, so we just went to Costco, tons of toilet paper and all that stuff, and I love what they're doing. They say there's no returning on toilet paper. So all those people that hoarded it, they got to keep it.
I went to Costco yesterday after the show. There was a line outside. They're limiting the number of people.
Yes, they are, but it really depends on when you go.
Well, I went after the show about 2:30.
Okay, which Costco?
The one on Havana and Florida.
Okay, I haven't been to that one.
I was just surprised there was a line.
You know what I'm having a hard time finding?
So badly that I had to go home because I couldn't wait online.
You just go outside.
Yeah, I did that when I was 15.
Buy and Build is open. 560 South Lapan. It's a below wholesale warehouse. They have buy and build like stuff. They have cabinets, vanities, granite countertops, sinks, faucets, bath accessories, and they do the installation. Or you can do it yourself or send your contractor. They let one person in per sales associate. They hand out sanitizer. They ask that you wear masks. But they're in business. Go to buyandbuild.net to make your order or call them 303-295-6022. 295-6022.
Award-winning 20,000 square foot showroom at Santa Fe, Mississippi, and get the lowest prices from designer brands like
You know what I can't find is hydrogen peroxide.
Really?
Been to Walmart, been to the dollar store, Costco, and I don't.
That's surprising. And did you try Woven?
You know, when it comes to roofing, you want a company that's been around. You want a company locally owned and operated. You want a company that doesn't take the money and run. Of course not. Excel Roofing, as in excellent. Excel, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. Here's the deal. You don't pay a cent until you're content. That's his saying. Along with, we're on top of it. What does he mean by that? He means that he's on top of the roofing system. He makes sure the ventilation is perfect, the eaves, the soffits, all of the roof working together for longevity and for energy efficiency as well as just a good roof. Excel Roofing, open for business. 303-761-6400. 761-6400. excelroofing.com.
You're hearing more? All right, clear. At an alternative, less intrusive, less painful dental procedure to treat receding gums.
I'm actually probably spending more money than I normally.
What's that?
I'm spending more money than normal.
Really? Why?
I had my car done, just because it's so easy to get in anywhere. I'm having Cracker Jack raise my garage floor. I'm having Big Bear do my floors, my wood floors.
Dr. Spencer explained the process to me in detail. That still sounds painful, was it? I dreamed I'd heard someone snoring and it woke me up. Believe it or not, it was me. I fell asleep in the dentist chair. That's how much pain there was.
But I can see where a lot of people aren't just going out there and spend. Look at what they're saving on sporting tickets, concert tickets.
I saw a picture last night of all the oil tankers just sitting idle in the ocean because there's nowhere to put the oil.
The tankers are making money now because they charge, I think, by the day.
Right.
Are you concerned about the future and how to protect your home?
But there are 100 of them offshore.
We're in the Gulf.
Yeah. No, outside of California.
Oh, really?
And outside of New York.
California.
Outside of New York.
California produces a lot of oil. A lot of oil. Oh yeah. Now, do they still import? Yeah, I suppose.
I don't own anything there.
That's very risky oil because of all the EPA stuff and everything that they do. It's tough to. Their offshore stuff, I don't think they're drilling anything new.
We are locally owned and operated since 2001. Our reputation of putting you first with straight answers and listening are unmatched in Colorado. Let us help you protect your home. Take aim.
I spent 8 years there.
835-0500, where it's all about.
Yeah?
In the oil field.
Where?
California.
But where?
Bakersfield, Sacramento, Ventura.
Done right kitchens and baths, rooms and doors. Simply put, we make people happy. In particular, just like you. 800-362-8370.
Do you suffer from joint pain downtown?
Every single CNN.
Oh, in that one.
Don't assume we'll be getting a look at Trump's tax anytime soon. Kushner stepped in it. Kushner attempts to clarify. They've never had a positive story ever.
I believe that.
About him. Never.
I believe that. And that's why I think people are just, just like that boyhood friend of mine. That's not calling boyhood friend. The guy's a nut. And I don't even, it's like debating my dog.
Or ImperialChinese.com. Imperial Chinese Restaurant, 431 South Broadway.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Heard the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are saying that China is launching cyber attacks against U.S. companies and clinics and scientists trying to get all of the information on vaccinations and treatment of the virus. I wonder why, since they only had, 80,000 cases in the entire country or whatever, some ridiculous amount. How many? Yeah, they didn't have hardly, they've had hardly any deaths and sickness in China. That's amazing. Such a populous country with hardly any sickness. What a great job they did, right, Mark? Really? Have you read their stats?
No, I haven't.
Oh, my God. The stats that they're publishing say that, hardly anyone got sick, basically. They're just doing a wonderful job. Backed up by the World Health Organization.
4,600 deaths.
Only 4,600 deaths in all of China, Mark. Only 4,600. That's more than Colorado, right?
Amazing.
Oh, Colorado has 1,000, yeah. So what do you think of that, Mark? What do you think about those stats?
Well, I think the Chinese lie all the time. How's that?
Okay. Doyle wants to talk about a great restaurant. I'm asking for restaurants and businesses that you'd like to brag on. That's what I want to do. Plus, of course, any problems, questions, and complaints you have, we're still helping people, of course, as we do every day. Doyle, who do you like?
Hey, I like the I-70 diner. Off I-70 here in Flagler, Colorado.
In Flagler? Holy crap. Are they open, like, sit down?
No, they're not open to sit down yet. We still do carry out.
So, is that a regular diner or considered a truck stop?
Now it's a regular diner, but there's a lot of truck traffic that comes in there, Tom.
I wonder what truck stops have been doing, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know either. I know that the trucks pull in there and they order and they carry it out to them, and that's what they've been doing for quite some time.
Well, thank you. What kind of food?
American food, hamburgers. They're pretty famous for their chicken fried steak.
Oh, I was just going to say that. You took the words out of my mouth. There's not a diner or truck stop in the world that doesn't have a chicken fried steak.
Is there a lot of lot lizards that hang out there?
Oh, no. We're a small community, about 600 people.
I think that's a myth. Lot lizards. I really do. And who the hell...
Oh, no. That's not a myth. Just ask Dan.
Now, I will tell you this. You'd be crazy now to engage the services of any kind of lizard.
Can you imagine? I wonder if a prostitute is a independent contractor that could qualify for the $600 a week.
I'll bet you there are prostitutes right now in Nevada.
Yep.
That are absolutely qualifying for the unemployment and all of that. Yep, for sure. And now that business is slow, they don't even have to pay a head tax. Let's keep going. 303-713-TALK.
Zing.
Yeah. What'd you say? 713.
I said zing.
8255. Okay. Some of the other restaurants. I mentioned Poppy's, right? Cool little restaurant. Now, Indulge I'd ever heard of. That's in streets of South Glen. Mark, you mentioned...
Hey, you didn't comment on my hair, man. I got a haircut.
I didn't notice. Where'd you go?
Sports Clips. Look how nice that haircut was.
Now, how did they do it?
I had to wait 2.5 hours.
Tell me how they did it.
There was only 2 people in there. 2 stylists and 2 customers, me and one other. One was at the far left, I was at the front right, and it took, normal time, man. I felt really good about it. You had to wear your mask. They wore masks. It was cool.
It looks like she wore a mask on her eyes just looking at that haircut.
Okay, so they call you in? Is that how, like on your phone?
Yeah, so you log on to their app at any Sports Clips, and it'll say, it'll show you all the ones near you, then it'll show wait time, 180 minutes.
And you put your name in.
Yep, and then it'll tell you approximately when to be there. When you get there, there's a phone number on the door you call, which is different than the actual store number. So then you call that number, and she told me, well, we're running a little late, be about 20 minutes. And then about 20 minutes later, she comes out and gets you. It's
Lance
cool,
has a restaurant shout-out. Go ahead, Lance. Who do you want? I want to add to this list.
Hi. Shout out for Cactus Jack's and Evergreen. So if you're nearby, stop by. They do take out for the local area.
Are you saying
they have great wings?
Texas?
No, Cactus.
Oh, Cactus. I'm sorry, Cactus. And what's his name? Cactus what? Dave's? Dan?
Jack.
Damn it. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll listen better. Okay. Now, what kind of food?
Pretty much typical bar food. They have, fried chicken. Today's Wing Wednesday. That's usually when I try to go if I'm in the area.
Do they have any drinks to go?
I believe they do.
A lot of restaurants are doing drinks to go. The best drink to go ever is the frozen machine at Bright Martins. They have this pina colada that you'll die for. Oh, my goodness. It's like a milkshake. Anyway.
That sounds great. But I wish I could partake in that, but not on the clock.
No, neither can I. Not on the clock. Not when I'm here. Although I can, nobody would know, right? I just go around there. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm from home. Hey, thank you, man. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Who called in Off-Broadway Cafe? Somebody else just called in and left that name? They didn't want to talk. Oh, Elisa, you're the manager. Go ahead, Elisa. What's going on?
Hi, how's it going?
Good. You're the manager at Off-Broadway Cafe.
Yes.
And what do you do? What kind of food?
We do a lot of stuff. We have sandwiches. We have wraps. We're sort of like a all-American restaurant, but we also have really delicious breakfast burritos and tacos in general. We do a little bit of everything.
Are you related to ITED?
No.
Why'd you say that, Mark?
I thought maybe that's where his sister worked. Remember, they were going to send us lunch over
That
one
was
time.
a different place. So,
okay.
You guys do curbside or pickup?
We do both. We also do delivery.
Oh, really? Okay, through Grubhub?
Yep, through Grubhub, through DoorDash, and through Postmates. You can also go onto Facebook and find us there at Off Broadway Cafe, and you can check out our menu on Facebook and follow us also.
What's
and
your
not only that,
what's your most popular food?
Definitely our sandwiches. We bake all of our bread in-house every morning.
Good. You know what? I like wraps. Wraps are cool. And especially, I wish somebody would get the idea to use...
You like anything these days.
No,
Anytime I look at you on video, you're eating.
May I say this? I was going to say the low-carb wrap, all you need to do is buy those low-carb, they're delicious tortillas. And then you make a wrap, and it's perfect because there's nothing in a wrap that would make it bad. And you can have a low-carb sandwich with a low-carb wrap. Nobody's doing it.
I love how you order a low-carb sandwich, but then you'll shove down that pie hole a bunch of malt balls.
Never. Ask these guys. I never ate
What
them.
are you eating right now? What is that?
Pepperoni. Pepperoni, low carb. There's no carbs in this thing. What do you mean gross? You know what, Mark? I could say something, but I won't. If you want to compare, okay? Because let's compare diets. Go ahead, any day. I don't know what you're doing, but
my diet's pretty good. I eat once a day, and I eat with Suzanne Cooks.
My diet's working. That's the difference. Jerry, what's going on with you, Jerry?
Oh.
What's happening?
Tom?
Yeah.
I just wanted to let all the small business people out there know that
Got a break soon?
we are a small business also in Fort Lupton, and we build race cars, and that is at a standstill.
All right, hold on. I want to come back to you. Hold on. No, Jerry, I want to give you more time. Hang on. We'll be right back.
Clear? Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat
Ooh, think you got him on the diet.
Who's Violet? Who's this one?
It's color like purple.
We're just joking.
I know it.
Where is he? He's not on.
No, he's not on. I've tried calling him. No.
The phone's not working.
His isn't working.
You sure it's ours?
Well, I can't call his phone, even my cell phone.
Oh.
I can't get a cell phone.
Can that phone call anything else?
Yeah, let me see.
Call your phone.
With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more.
Ooh, I guess it's all our phones.
Huh?
Yeah, this one's not working.
All right, Paragon Services, you got to check this out. If you have had
Why is that?
Mikey's working on it.
Huh?
Mikey's working on it.
What happened to it, you think?
Not paying enough on claims, Matt will
No idea.
It's not a new claim. It doesn't affect you.
I've tried rebooting it.
It's free money. Call Paragon now if you've had any insurance claim at your house in the last 12 months. 719-726-0020. 719-726-0020.
Hardwood is where you need to go to get the hardwood flooring you want. They have everything. And here's the kicker.
I can't even call Mark's cell phone.
Sanding and finishing, no hassle. Install it and live on it the same day. You can even do it
I'll try to
yourself
call him
or
on.
have them do it for you. Check out their revolutionary products.
Oh wait, it rings. It rings. So I got a cell phone.
3 decades of experience, and you can find out more at MacWoods.com.
He's got his headphones on.
You want a little pepperoni?
Hey, so now your cell phone works. But
our Wi-Fi's are not working. Our Wi-Fi phones
in the phone system are down at iHeart.
Okay, all the computers in the phone. Is
That's
that
why the phones aren't working, because the main brain is down. The fucking power went out again.
okay? Yeah, but we're getting calls now on restaurants and stuff. We got like 3 up there.
No, I mean our phone system.
Our phone system. Okay.
Our computers, our phone system
Do we need to go shut them down and bring them up? there or what?
No, I'll have Daphne bring them up. I don't know why they keep losing power over there.
Okay. Do you want to stay on this? This? Do you want to?
Yeah, this is fine.
Okay. You're easier to mute here. Yeah, it does.
Look at that whole plate of fruit. You guys gonna eat that too?
Which plate of fruit? Where do you see that?
Oranges, apples.
That's not real.
They're plastic. You can have them.
Oh, those are real. God, they look real as shit from here.
Oh, I guess.
You know what would be funny? People have fake fruit. Why not have like fake hot dogs, fake pizza?
They do.
Just have a pizza sitting on your table that's
Oh.
fake.
Why? Fruit's decorative.
Why have fake fruit?
It's decorative.
Fake potato chips, that'd be good.
Oh, yeah.
There's a restaurant, I'm looking at this story, they have mannequins everywhere.
Oh, really?
It looks like they're full.
Mannequins. Okay.
Yeah, you feel like there's other people around, but they're just mannequins.
Maybe they're the robots from Westworld.
Oh, that's kind of funny. So instead that you could have mannequins around there, so it look like you have real people there. That's funny. So we're gonna do that then at 8:30 tomorrow, then, huh?
Yeah, might as well. Which location is it?
Aurora.
Good. Actually good.
I've never been there.
Where?
It's straight, you know where Car Alley is, you know where Shoreline Hyundai is?
No, but I mean, it looks, I just gotta go up 225.
Yeah, it's next to Shoreline Hyundai, right behind it.
Okay.
Where are you going, Dan?
Sheridan, gonna give a car away.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And video at 8:30 tomorrow. You're welcome to come if you want.
Where is it?
Sheridan, Auto 282, Havana.
Oh, okay. I know where that is.
Okay. Is that close to you?
Yeah, not far.
Oh, really? Cut out the howling. It's getting old, this guy says.
What howling?
At 8 o'clock at night. At 8 o'clock at night? Don't you guys do that?
I'd be howling it up myself out here, bro.
Yeah, well, you should do it.
I have not heard any howling at all.
First time I heard it, I thought it was actual coyotes, because we can get coyotes by our by the house. Yeah, that's how they do it. That's how they do it. My son's dog is a husky. When you howl like that, he starts howling.
Oh, so your son has a husky too.
Judge and this bullshit with Flynn, what a prick.
Oh, dude, what did the judge do?
He's asking for some other advice from third parties.
I cannot believe there is such a disparity of everything. This is the biggest disparity I've ever seen between Democrats and Republicans. It's the guy, yes, he did. And they do this all the time. When you plead, you know, the judge asks you if you plead guilty for a sentence.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, GenesisTotalExteriors.com for all kinds of exterior stuff.
Roofing, siding, gutters, fences, decks, and more. And then, of course, inside they do gutters, inside they do bathrooms, and they do kitchens and basements, and that's GenesisTotalExteriors.com. I've been working with him for 30 years. He's a great guy, Mark Szymanski, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Okay, so we're always ready to promote people. And also, whether you're on the referral list or not, during this pandemic, we want to know how you're faring. So talk to us about your business. And Jerry wants to talk to us. He says, you know, they do a business that's at a dead standstill. You work in Fort Lupton, you're a welder, is that right?
Yeah, I've been a career racer all my life and ran NASCAR, and I started the NASCAR Furniture Road team with Barney Visser, and I was the first driver. And
do you know, man, NASCAR is the #1 spectator sport. That is, in the world, that's, or maybe soccer is, maybe. I think NASCAR in the U.S., though, even supersedes football and everything. So what are you going to do without spectators?
Well, that's a big question. I mean, the big league NASCAR is, you know, they've got the television to advertise on. So, you know, they could race and the sponsors of all the teams will still get some exposure because of the television exposure.
But
locally,
yeah.
you know, NASCAR has local tracks all over the country, and there's no television. So that my son has been racing for several years now, and I'm not. And so we basically have welders in the shop, and we are fabricating sneeze guards for all the small businesses around here in Colorado.
That is
and it's really
pretty
taken
cool.
off. Yep, it's really taken off. We've got them in Purefoy Chevrolet, Santiago's restaurant, Chubby's restaurants, just all kinds of.
Can people contact you guys for these sneeze guards? What you're talking about are these plexiglass partitions, basically?
Yeah, basically we have a standalone system that we just set it on the counter. There's no installation required. We make them in 2 foot wide all the way up to 5 foot wide.
Very cool.
They're 33 inches tall with a pass-through, and they have an aluminum TIG-welded frame, and they're very nice looking.
What a great idea. How have orders been?
Well, you know, we just got a little website up, and things are really going good.
What's your website,
we're
Jerry?
gonna have trouble keeping up.
What's your website?
QualitySneezeBarriers.com.
Say it again.
QualitySneezeBarriers.com.
Okay, Quality Sneeze Barriers. Man, leave it to American ingenuity. So that's cool that you have come through with that. And QualitySneezeBarriers.com. I see it. Looks pretty cool. Very quality. You know, so you're making them all right there. Do you deliver them, or do you they ship them, or how do you do it?
We do. We have people come to your business if you need us to design it, measure it out, give you ideas, help you get better protection, and we do deliver free delivery in the Denver area.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad you found something to do, Jerry. He's a racer and a fabricator, and now they're fabricating sneeze guards. Quality Sneeze Guards, or no, excuse me, QualitySneezeBarriers.com. QualitySneezeBarriers.com. That's pretty cool. Linda, what are you doing? Hi, Linda.
Hey, Tom. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What do you have?
Well, well, I'd like to promote a product, but I'm not going to. I'm calling today about a situation I had, and it all started a year ago, believe it or not, with a company called Walls by Design. It's a painting company.
And what happened?
And so I was actually referred to them by a gal who had used them, and so that's why, you know, I'm always leery about who to hire for painting contractors and such. But, you know, I decided to hire them and give it a shot, even though they did ask for a 30% deposit. I did it because they were referred to me by this gal who's in the design business. So I gave it a shot, and I waited about, 4 or 5 weeks after I gave them the deposit, and they started a job. It was an interior job.
Okay, are you having a problem with the job?
Yeah, so
Let's do this. If you hold on, we'll come to you, and we'll contact them about it, so hang on. Also, Kathleen and Rick, hang on, and we'll get to you as well. I'm Tom Martino. More to come on the Troubleshooter Show. And if you have a problem, question, or complaint, or you want to promote a business, give us a call. 303-713-TALK.
Well, they got great
Hey, Tom,
reviews.
and about
I'm going Walls by Design, right?
Yeah, great reviews. 4.8.
Gotcha.
And a lot of reviews too.
Nearly 30 years, Excel is open for business, assigning one project manager and one crew to you for your complete safety and satisfaction.
Which site do you go for reviews?
What's that?
I go, if you go right by it, well, you can do you Google reviews they got right on their website.
Yeah.
Or you can go put in their Wells reviews, Yelp reviews by that.
You know what's funny? Mark thinks I'm eating a lot of junk, and I'm not eating any junk.
Does that stuff that you ate there, though, it's got a lot of nitric, what was that nitrous? Well, that's supposed to be hard on there.
But I mean, I hardly eat that shit. I mean, that's just a snack, but it has 0 sugar in it.
Yeah, sugars, I don't think sugars is that bad, is it? That nitric, what was that? What is that stuff they got in there that for...
Sugar is their number one problem. Their number one. Let me see what it has. Let me see.
What is that nitric? It's supposed to be, and that's for preservatives. Oh, sorry. Okay, gotcha. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
I didn't do it right away.
This has no nitrates in it.
No nitrates?
No, it's organic.
I didn't think. I talked to somebody and they couldn't even sell bacon.
It says here, organic. It says pork, salt, organic spices, chipotle, natural flavors, sugars, organic garlic, lactic, and that's it. That's it, lactic acid, and it has 1 gram of carb.
I was at a meat store and he says that if we don't put that in there, what's the nitrate, whatever, if we don't put that in there, it's got to be sold fresh in a couple days, otherwise they can't.
I don't know, that's what it says.
So maybe they can do that.
This nitrates when it has it?
Yeah, pretty much. I always thought it had to.
Yeah, they do have good reviews.
Yeah, Yelp and Google.
Yeah.
I see 1 star. I mean, they're 5-star all around.
I got 4 stars on Yelp.
You mean what the average?
Yeah.
But see, when you have 34 reviews, I see. What does it see? Details. Right. Oh no, I see 33 5s, 1 4.
Okay. I don't be looking on different sites.
It's what it is, right? Well, that's walls, but that's creative walls, but is that okay? By design.
13 reviews.
Yeah, okay. I put that in there and it sent me to creative walls.
9 5-stars, 1 2-star, and 3 1-star.
What are we talking about?
Walls by design.
They got good reviews.
They do?
Yeah.
That didn't sound that great.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the average, what is their average here?
4.
Average could probably be a little over 4, but of that, there's 1 star to bring that down to. Now I'm usually, when they have this many views, so Google they had 113 reviews.
Really?
113?
Yeah. Average 4.8. Now, I have seen bad companies and stuff with like that, but I guess they could buy them, right?
I don't think you can pay all of them.
But anytime I see all 5s and 1s, and then the others are 1s, I always are very skeptic. But Yelp seems to me a little more accurate.
COVID armor.
Hey Mark, is that a light right by your 1 light there? Do you look in your picture? You see that big bright? Mark.
Yeah.
Do you see that? Well, look at it right there. That's really bright.
We can face this pandemic head on.
Why do you even got it?
We can do what it.
Is it that?
Because when it's nighttime, you fucking need to be able to see.
Well, but it's not nighttime, Mark.
Oh. I wasn't sure if you knew what a light was for.
Yeah. There you go.
You guys have a shitload of lights on, and why is that?
No, the only lights we got to have the ones right over the computer, otherwise it's too dark. But in back, those shades, that's the only ones that are on. There's nothing in back of us are on. Besides TV. Oh, he's up.
All right, gotcha.
You're a mutant.
Good news in the Tech Center Drive. That earlier stall southbound I-225 approaching I-25 has been cleared to the left shoulder. Still solid backups on that stretch to about Yosemite. It is starting to improve, though. Watch out for slow speeds on the westbound side of I-76 between Pecos and Federal. Still clogging up.
Cut out the hauling. Bad audio.
72nd and Lowell. Police remain on the scene. If you can, avoid the area for now. The weather forecast. Well, it's going to be partly sunny today. Warm, though, with a high near 81.
M8 says the roller food at the Ariba gas station is pretty good. That used to be Mark's favorite. Roller food. I didn't realize they even called it that. Hey, Mark, MH likes good. There's good roller food at the Reba gas station.
Hurt your credit. Learn
Love roller.
I know you do.
credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
You know, when you're talking about an investment, people are nervous because they've lost money in the stock market. They don't know if they'll get it back. People who've invested in a process called Become the Banker have not lost a dime. They've continued to get a guaranteed 4% interest and not a guaranteed, but a steady 1% dividend that's been paid for like 100 years. You can too. It's becomethebanker.org for the next webinar, which is tomorrow and Saturday. Find out more, becomethebanker.org.
To be different than most, Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance knows that our communities need relief now more than ever. We're committed to service in these times of need. Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance donated $100,000.
So, Mark, there'll be no phones until the end when Daphne can go shut them down and bring them up?
30 seconds, gentlemen.
Yeah, everything's got to be turned back on, man.
Okay.
I wonder if it's just going to keep happening.
Oh, because it's probably construction, huh?
I don't know what it is.
Radio wants to help with a chance at $1,000. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN.
Here we go, guys.
200. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Welcome to the show, and this hour brought to you by XPA Gear. Now, you can get some great face masks at xpogear.com, xpagear.com. And that stands for Extreme Pro Apparel, because they also do jerseys and shorts and compression shirts and hoodies and sweatpants and things for your team. But they have neck gaiters, face masks, and they have infrared thermometers also available. Those infrared thermometers are just $69. xpagear.com, 303-327-9316, xpagear.com. So welcome to the show, and let's talk, okay? What you need is to give us a call, and we'll try to help you. And we've been talking to Linda. Linda said she had a problem with a company called Walls by Design. We looked them up, and they seem to have pretty darn good reviews. We don't know these people, but tell us what the problem is, Linda. What did you have them do for you?
So, excuse me. So they do basically have good reviews, and there's a couple of really bad ones, but what they did was they gave me a quote of $2,314.29 to do some inside painting.
Okay.
Sliding doors, painting out some
but what went wrong?
Walls, kitchen window, and handrail base, et cetera, et cetera. So what problem is, they told me it would take about 3 days. The first day the guy showed up, and I said, so they said it would take about 3 days, right? And he goes, no, I'm going to be out here in 2 days because
what I need you to do for me, I know you want to walk me through every day and what was said and what was done, but what I need to do is talk about today. What is wrong today? Not how it went wrong, but what is wrong today. If you can help us, we'd love to, fight for you if they've wronged you. What is going on today?
Tom, is that here's the bottom line, and I can tell you how it led up to this, but the bottom line is I was charged for work they didn't do without my permission.
Okay.
So
what work?
The handrail portion of the job was never done. There's a reason it wasn't done, and that's because I fired them, because what happened was they bid me a certain amount, and then when they got in my house, they said to me, you need more coats, and this is going to be this much more, several hundred more here, several hundred more there. They kept telling me how much more I needed to spend.
When you fired them, Linda,
I said goodbye.
At the point you fired them, how much of the contract had they done? 80%, 90%, 100%? How much?
Well, they charged me $708.50 for the handrail base that was never touched. So the total bill was $2,314.29. Plus, I paid them extra because I had them redo a few things that I wasn't happy with in terms of color. That's a whole other issue, but I paid for that.
All right.
So
what I need to know is how much did you... Well, I just need to know the stuff you paid for that you did not get. Is it just the $700?
Andrell, 70850.
That's it. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically they owe you $708.50. Is that what it comes down to? Okay. And that's what you're calling about. And what did they say about that?
They said they don't owe me, and he
Why?
gave me every reason in the world why he didn't owe me. And, I mean, the guy is really good.
But if he didn't do the work, why would you owe him the money? That's the part I don't understand.
Why would he owe me the money?
Why does he feel he does not owe the money? What did he say?
I honestly don't. To be honest with you, Tom, I don't know, because he went into all these aspects about I wanted color changes and this and that. I did want some color changes, but I paid for all that,
Okay.
and that was all paid for.
So
in full.
if you take the sum total of work they did and the sum total of money you paid, it becomes lopsided to where they got an extra $700.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see if they agree with that. Let's just call them. I mean, Deputy Doc, you want to call Walls by Design? It's a simple issue. You're saying they did work and you fired them after a while. You didn't want them. And you're willing to pay for what they did, but you don't want to pay for what they didn't do. Okay, that's reasonable. Let's see what they say. 303-713-TALK. Kathleen, you have an emissions question. What is it, Kathleen?
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
I probably know the answer to this already, but I have 3 cars that have expired plates on them. 2 of them need emissions and the plate and the tags, and 1 of them doesn't. If I'm driving those vehicles around, can I be pulled over and ticketed?
People were given extensions. So I forget how long the extensions. I thought they were 90-day extensions, but we're looking that up right now. So no, all of the people are getting extreme slack for that, and we don't know of anyone getting tickets for that. We have not heard from anyone getting tickets, but we've heard from several people who have expired plates. Because if it's not open, you can't get it renewed no matter what. Now there are some renewals online that you can do.
I've tried, and they asked me for that little card. Some kind of a number on the card, which I don't have.
And how do you get that? How do you get that card? How do you get that card?
They send you reminder cards about your plates in the mail.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And you didn't get those?
Yeah, I might have gotten it, and it just got filed somewhere, and I don't know where it is. So.
Okay,
I don't know.
Dan, what is the word on that? There's an extension. We're just not clear on how long it is, but
do you know when they're going to be open? Because I heard the end of May, but I'm not sure.
You know what? It was supposed to be the middle of May, and now you're telling me the end of May. We're going to look right now. Hold on, Kathleen, and we'll get some answers for you. Just hang on. 303-713-TALK. Deputy Doc, are you going to call in that? Yeah, she's gonna. You get Daff. She put the Walls by Design up there. Okay, and then if you could put Linda's number up there, and then we'll call Linda off the air too. Daff, put that on the chat. 303-713-8255. Let's talk to Rick. Let me know, Dan, when you have some answers on that. Dan, you have a restaurant you want to recommend in Wheat Ridge. What is it?
Yeah, over in Wheat Ridge at I-70 in Kipling, north about 2 blocks, 5016 Kipling. There's a little Mexican-Italian restaurant called Little Nick's. They've been there probably for 35, 40 years. Mom and pop operation. They, about 5 or 6 years ago, they started doing the delivery and the curbside, so they kind of were halfway there when this thing took effect.
That's pretty
cool. I'm going to tell you what, they've got the best Italian food and Mexican food. I don't know how a little mom and pop restaurant, but yet they've developed. They got a bar, and they probably can seat 100 people in there, and can have you any Mexican dish or any Italian dish within 20 minutes of you sitting down.
Very cool, Rick. I appreciate that. Little Nick's in Wheat Ridge. Okay. Christy has a landlord question. Go ahead, Christy. What's going on?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm the landlord.
Yes.
And my tenant, the toilet overflowed. They didn't notice it. I think it happened with her son. Flooded the basement, the condo below. So that person experienced $400 worth of damage. My tenant accepted responsibility. Didn't want me involved, but the owner below contacted the HOA, got my information, and included me in the issue.
In the lawsuit?
So
in the lawsuit or in the issue?
It's not a lawsuit. It's just to, get compensated for the damage.
Now listen, I hope, Christy, if you do not require do you require renter's insurance?
I do.
Good. And did you verify that the tenant had renter's insurance?
I did ask her, and she had let it lapse.
Then you're going to be responsible.
For almost 2 years.
You're going to be responsible for it. And I hope you have a landlord policy.
Yes, I do.
Good. Your landlord policy will cover you and go after her. And that's the way it's done. It's subrogation.
Okay.
And if I was the downstairs tenant, I would include you as well. It's just a natural thing to do. You want to find coverage no matter where you can find it. So I wouldn't get too shook up about that. But if you have insurance, it should cover you, and then they will go after that neighbor for letting it lapse. She'll have to pay. I mean, it's going to be tough, but she's going to have to pay. Now, we're going to talk about gyms coming up. We also will have information on emissions right after this.
Sure. As we all deal with our new way of life, Denver's talk station wants to.
You didn't mute you. Hey, they're open, Tom. I'm not sure if everyone is open, but they're open. They're open.
Okay. Sponsored by Wind River Spas.
She's going to have to get admission. There's no extension on that, is there?
Well, not when they're open. I don't see any.
And with Wind River Spas, you can build and price your hot
It says limited air care Colorado stations will reopen this Friday, May 15th. Oh, this say May 15th will reopen. So May 15th.
Master Room Plumbing, these are the guys. They have absolutely great service and they also have great prices.
Mark finishes with his master, it'll be a 30-second commercial, and then you'll have your ideal home loans loan.
Okay. Faucet all the way to a full-blown.
Thanks.
No problem. They also have 24/7 emergency service. These are the guys. Write this number down in the top.
You know, she needs to go just to Air Care Colorado and see where it's going to be. But.
Family discounts, and they do not charge a trip charge in the Denver metro area, and they always give free estimates everywhere. Master Rooter Plumbing, 720-434-3406. You're gonna need a plumber at some time. Write this number down so you have it. 720-434-3406.
iHeartMedia knows small businesses across the 30 seconds to ideal home loans loan. COVID-19 pandemic. So to help, we've put together the iHeartRadio Small Business Crisis Resource, which has critical information, including links to federal and state resources, providing businesses with stimulus loans, grants, and other financial aid. We also shine a spotlight on small businesses doing good right now. 10 seconds, ideal home loans long. Here we go. Business to learn more. That's iHeart.com/smallbusiness. Because your small business is big to us.
You know, the biggest purchase in our lives, we don't shop around when it comes to the loan, and you should. Ideal Home Loans knows if you shop and compare all aspects, you'll choose them. Locally owned and operated, lower rates and lower costs usually because of the direct mortgage lenders, and easier to qualify, and they have a process they can do totally remotely, online or email or on the phone. 303-867-7000. That's idealhomeloans.com. They also have the interest rate guarantee. If rates go down over the next 2 years, you get refinance free of charge. And you get a new guarantee every time you close. You're virtually in a guarantee all the time. They also have credit optimization, which is only unique to them, where they go in and help tweak your credit to get you even better pricing. IdealHomeLoans.com. Don't forget about their pre-approval. It's like a cash deal when shopping. 303-867-7000, IdealHomeLoans.com.
If you're a man,
feeling sluggish, weak in your workouts, have a lower libido, and just don't have the energy you used to have, it's quite possible that you have low testosterone. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if this is you, it's time to get treated for your low T. Low T treatments give you many benefits and might even contribute to a healthier lifestyle. If you're like most men, you'll have more energy, better gains in your workouts, higher sex drive, improved sleep patterns, and more. Plus, the treatments are highly effective for most men, and it's likely you'll see results in just a few weeks. And most of our patients can administer their testosterone therapy at home. As a therapeutic practice, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is open. Our offices are not located in hospitals, and you'll be taken to a treatment room immediately. So come to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and experience how testosterone therapy can change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 with results in minutes. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call today at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Right now, affording your medicines shouldn't be stressful. Introducing the Medicine Assistance Tool, or MAT. Brought to you by America's Biopharmaceutical Company, MAT gives you information about cost-sharing help, patient assistance programs, and medicine costs. In 3 quick steps, learn how MAT may help you or someone you know access prescription medicines during these uncertain times. Visit MAT.org for more information. Brought to you by America's...
Yeah, Tom, on the Air Care Colorado, she needs to go to. They're going to open limited on Friday, so...
There's no extension on that.
No extension if yours is in May, yeah.
As you realizing your house just isn't right for you anymore. But you know, mortgage rates are at record lows, so this could be the time to buy. Let me tell you about Orchard. Their modern way to buy puts you in control. Here's what I mean. Orchard helps you buy your new home with the strongest non-contingent offer. That gives you the negotiating power you need to buy at the price you want. The team is local, and they won't list your old home until you're all moved out. So you never have to worry about showing your home to strangers while you're living there. Best of all, Orchard stands behind every home they list. If your home doesn't sell fast enough, they buy it. Get started today at Orchard.com with the most accurate valuation of your home for free. You'll want that important valuation even if you're not moving right away. Remember, your free valuation is just a couple clicks away at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Pros. Lowe's wants to help you keep working. That's why we're open for pro business hours 6 to 7 a.m. Monday through Saturday. You'll find the quantities you expect with dedicated pro associates and loaders to help you get what you need fast and load you up curbside. Now, more than ever, we know you need to win every single bid. You can count on Lowe's for special values on pro trusted brands and savings when you buy in bulk. Save yourself a trip by shopping Lowe'sForPros.com, and we can ship thousands of items to your doorstep or to the...
You there?
Yeah, did you hang up?
Already.
This
Hey, good call. I got it.
Discover.
We're good.
You like you
Okay.
treat you.
We'll have a chance for a few late week showers and thunderstorms. But
Fucking
before then
flooded
today,
it.
dry. A mix of cloud and sun. The high 78. I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner. Fox 31. White weather.
Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score.
All right, gentlemen, 10 seconds. Here we go.
Won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
They'll come and assess your garage door and give you a complete inspection, safety, tune-up, adjustments for just $80. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. If you need anything done on a garage door, including emergency service, they're there 24/7. They, of course, keep safe distancing. They wear face masks and shoe coverings if they have to ever come into your home, which they mostly never have to do. OneClearChoiceDoors.com, 720-370-3987. They have excellent products, both garage doors and openers, all the latest technology. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. So we did find out. Okay, Kathleen, there was an extension on registrations. There are no extensions on emissions because some emission stations have remained open. Only there were 2 months that you got an extension if it expired, I believe, in March and April, right? Is that? But if your emissions is due in May, when is your emissions due?
Well, they were due in March.
Yeah. Now you have to get it done in May.
And then I had, a 30-day grace period, which would take it to the end of April.
Right,
So.
which means now you can do it in May. So you can get your emissions done now. There are limited ones available.
Yeah, go to Air Care Colorado, and you can see their hours and which places are open.
Yeah, because if you're requiring a test, you now have to get them done because now the sites are open. And then after that, you go, and I think you can then finish your registration online.
Okay.
But you're not going to get ticketed. Okay, 303-713-TALK. Chad, he wants to talk about taxes. Go ahead, Chad. What's happening?
Hi there.
Hey.
My wife and I filed, we file married jointly. And
how do you file? Do you file electronically?
Yeah, we e-filed our taxes on February 16th, and we got emails for approval for both state and federal. We got our state refund within probably a couple weeks, and we are still waiting on the federal.
Yeah,
I do have the IRS
you'll get
app
it. They've been slowed
on my
down.
phone.
They've been slowed down.
I think this is everything. Yours should be faster than a paper one, but it's everything slow. My son sent his, and he's waiting 2 months too.
Yeah, but also, did you get your stimulus check, Chad?
We did get our stimulus. Yeah, we got that fairly quickly.
You'll get the federal refund. It's not too long. I mean, if you filed February 16th, with the way things are, there was a complete shutdown for a while. So you're going to get one.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so and we can call, we can call Larson and find out for sure and ask them what the normal lag time is. If you get a chance, Daph, let's just see if we can get a call. Hold on, Chad. We'll see if we can get an answer for you from them. But I think you're going to be fine. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Is Kathleen the one we already took on emissions, right? Did we take her? Okay,
Yep,
she's the one we took. Okay, so we have open lines at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, the SBA Small Business Administration warns that larger companies may not qualify for PPP loans, and that you have to go by the strict guidelines. First of all, they don't consider payroll over 100,000, so 100,000 is the limit. So you take 100,000 divided by 12, and it's 2.5 of that for someone making $100,000, or excuse me, more than that. You don't get that, but you can compensate them. It's just that you have to compensate on a lower amount for that period of time you're using PPP proceeds. And then what else is going on? Okay. This is a good one, and that is the stay-at-home in Washington, D.C. has now been extended to June 8th. The entire capital region is being shut down. And again, on colleges, many colleges are making decisions not to open in the fall. Now that's going to be major because kids are going to have to, first of all, they either live home, they can't go to their dorms if the campuses aren't open. So will colleges be open in the fall? It's a big question mark. They're all deciding. No one has absolutely decided yet what to do. Many of them are saying they may postpone until January. And they're saying if people have off-campus housing, they can't keep people from going to their off-campus housing, but they may not be able to come to the university to do classes. Others are saying that they can't affect or they can't control off-campus housing. But on-campus housing on some institutions will be prohibited. So it depends on where you go, and none of them have really made absolute decisions yet. So that's going to be a big deal. I don't know, maybe many of you don't care if your college student stays home or not. And most college students, I would venture to say, do probably on-campus housing, most of the big colleges. So they will definitely be affected. Again, there haven't been definite decisions, but according to a lot of sources, schools are leaning toward not opening until January. And that'll be a big impact. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We will get an answer on the tax thing coming up. as well as all of your other problems, questions, and complaints. So give us a call, 303-713-TALK. More right after this.
Clear. This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, I left the voicemail.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm on the phone with the lady. You have your RV coming up here in 44 seconds.
Second and Lowell, cruiser on the scene. It's in the cleanup station.
Boy, that's funny.
Now, back out on the freeway.
You got to follow? Sir?
Approaching Central Park. The left lane blocked off on that stretch.
Doc?
Oh no, I left the voicemail to call me.
There, approaching Greenland.
Who would file? What was this? Who would file a claim for $400? Look.
Who would what?
I don't know. This guy on Facebook says that. Did someone say about filing a claim for $400? I don't.
I don't know.
Alright, here we go, Tom. 10 seconds, Century RV short.
Oh, for water damage on that toilet that overflowed above it. They filed a claim for You're right. Who would file a claim for $400 on your?
CenturyRV.com. That's the place to go to find Century RV, or just go there. They have a place right at the exit 240 on I-25 along Frontage Road, and there's a service department there. Plus, they have a giant showroom, 32,000 feet, and they're going to open up for your safety. You got to call for details or visit, and they're just north of 6th Avenue between Kipling and Sims, next to Woodley's. 303-453-1111. Great prices, new and used, CenturyRV.com.
Yeah, that $400 was for that apartment where the toilet overflowed and went down in the below it.
What about it?
Well, they said, who would file a thing for $400? The landlord should just pay the damn thing.
That's all it is?
Yeah, $400.
That's all they're asking for?
Yeah.
I guarantee I will save you. Alright, Tom, here we go. Joe Lazaro Law. Go to myimplantcrown.com.
Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney, and during these troubled times, he's still working. Unfortunately, people are still being charged, especially DUI. Listen, if you have been charged with a DUI, whether or not you are falsely accused or you really did it, you want to plead guilty, you want to get through it, you need an attorney to get through the system. There is a civil case going on with motor vehicle, and there's a criminal case with a DUI. And both of those things have to be handled. Now, he will fight for you, of course, to make sure your rights are preserved and help do the least amount of damage if, in fact, you just made a stupid mistake. Whether it be DUI or any kind of crime or problem during this time, give him a call. He also does personal injury. Joseph Lazara has been with me for years. LazaraLegal.com, 303-429-6200. Flat rate pricing on all cases. And while being accused of a crime is stressful, at least you have someone on your side in Joe Lazara. 303-429-6200.
Alright, we know that many companies are working on vaccines and treatments, but now this warning from the federal government that the Chinese should be trying to actually steal that intellectual property for their own good.
The future of our country for the next 10 years. Complete the census at 2020census.gov. Then listen to iHeartRadio's new podcast, Commencement. Speeches drop May 15th on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Pick the color, pick the cabinet, pick the design. Virtual designing for kitchen and bath for you. You can create your dream kitchen or bath online thanks to Stonecrafters. StonecraftersCO.com or on the corner of 8th and Bryant in Denver.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering the coronavirus pandemic with facts over fear. In a time of crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other.
You hear the headlines. You know health insurance is a real mess right now. Premiums have skyrocketed, and in most...
I know Ross says you should listen to different networks. I've tried to listen to CNN. It's just so...
Listen to BBC.
Yeah, I guess. The BBC Europe, huh? Or...
If you're having a child, if you're getting married, if you're getting divorced, even if you run a small business.
And then some people say like NPR. NPR is very leaning to the left.
Insurance hotline today. Learn how this 10-minute call can help you get lower health insurance rates. This is a free service to help consumers learn the laws to help them qualify for lower health insurance rates. So call right now to learn more.
800-608-1413. 800-608-1413. 800-608-1413. That's 800-608.
Yeah, LA to the end of July, August 1st.
Wanted to refinance your mortgage, especially now with rates at or near the lowest in history, but you didn't want to start a 30-year loan again? Well, now you can. This is Ross Kaminsky from my friends at American Financing. Let me tell you, they can help. When refinancing a driver...
That's very interesting with vitamin D.
Yep.
And it makes sense why flu dies out in the summer.
It's part of it, yeah.
You know, it's well, granted, people are outside more, but also they're getting more sun.
Right.
And if they're not taking vitamin D supplements, you know.
And vitamin D is definitely antiviral.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, the pathways in the immune system are so complicated.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Between T cells and killer cells and cytokines and immunoglobulins, it's really, really beyond comprehension.
Makes sense as far as on the racial thing.
Oh yeah, totally.
Or skin color, should say.
You know, when we were doing laser hair removal in my office.
You did that?
Yes. It's also, it was much more difficult to do on Hispanic and African American patients, because what happens is the laser is attracted to melanin. The dark. So what happened if you're white with dark hair, it's the hair that gets the zap. Whereas, so you can use a very high power. If you're black or Hispanic, you have to use a lower dose much more frequently. Otherwise, you burn the skin. Because not only is the hair follicle affected, the skin is affected. So it was definitely a racial thing, but not because of...
It must also work on tattoo removal too.
Yes.
So that on a white it's a lot easier to remove it.
Yes.
Than a black, it probably looks like a burnt.
Well, I don't know, because if it's a tattoo, if you can aim the beam right at the tattoo, it shouldn't matter what the skin color is, because the tattoo pigment should absorb the light.
But would it absorb and go below?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter,
713-8255. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Put Tom in the promo code, get 25% off. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Panacea Life Sciences here in Golden. And let's talk to Larson Financial. They are LarsonTaxRelief.com. Larson Tax Relief, they help people with audits and back taxes and collections and all kinds of scary stuff and back.
Hold on, Tom. Phone glitch. He dropped off. Let's get him back real quick.
He just fell off. We were going to find out how long we should wait for basically a refund. How long is too long? Has that department been closed? And we'll find that out. Meanwhile, prices on groceries are going up, just like people expected. There is a slight ripple in the supply chain, causing people to basically spend more on groceries. And the House Democrats have approved a package, and the latest stimulus package calls for amnesty for illegal immigrants. So basically they're saying we don't have the enforcement, so we're going to give amnesty to illegal immigrants. They're the hiring, employment, or continued employment. There will be no... it grants protections to employers who hire illegal immigrants for employment and continued employment. That's part of the package just approved by House Democrats. And this is where it sucks. When you start having stimulus money and packages tied to other things, and where everyone starts to get their piece of it, and then it becomes a bill that changes completely what their original intent was. They just tack on all kinds of crap to it. Anyway, Michael Plantinga, Larson Tax Relief. Chad filed his taxes in February, in the middle of February, February 16th, e-filed. Michael, you guys have a handle on what's up and what's not at the IRS, and they're just starting to get back into it. Were they processing taxes as always and refunds and all of that, or was that slowed down too?
It was slowed down, but the IRS was processing and has been processing electronically filed returns, but paper returns are on a backlog.
Now, does it sound like to you he should have gotten his refund by now if he filed February 16th?
I would say so, yeah. He should have gotten his refund within 3 weeks of filing, so by mid-March at the latest, Tom.
Okay, so what should Chad do? Chad, I told you wrong. I said they were probably delayed and don't worry about it, but, Michael knows better than I do at Larson Tax Relief. So what should Chad do?
What he could do if he wants is it could be delayed, Tom, and you might be correct about that. So he could hold off, say, until the end of this month.
Yeah.
If he doesn't see his refund by the end of this month, then he could call the IRS and investigate and see what's going on.
Who does he call specifically for that? Like, is there a department? Is there a department you would call to check on the status of a refund?
Yeah, those numbers are available online.
Okay.
And I can give a number now if it's helpful.
Okay. Hold on, Dan.
Yeah, I had a question. If someone filed paper, and because that's on a backlog, should they go ahead and file another one electronically, or is that kind of a bad deal?
No, that would cause a duplicate filing, and that'll be an additional snafu you'd have to deal with down the road.
All right. So, Chad, do you want to take a number down? Michael has a number you might want to call. Wait till the end of the month. He said there could be some delays, but you should be getting it by the end of the month. What's that number, Michael?
800-829-7650.
Okay. And that's 800-829-7650. Okay.
Correct.
And by the way, those who have any tax issues, back taxes, audits, collections, levies, anything that you might be afraid of, don't have any more sleepless nights. Call them. 844-LARSON Tax. 844-LARSON, Larson Tax. All right, let's keep going here. Now, is Mark up and running? Mark, is he gone? Is he there, Mark? Let's talk about...
I'm here, bro.
We've been talking about everything so far, like groceries, and some prices are going way down, though, so it's balancing because energy prices are low. There's some other prices that are lower. Building supplies, certain things, then certain things are up. But right now, we're not seeing a lot of pressure on the economy with inflation, and we're not seeing a rise in interest. So that's good news. Energy is low. What's the stock market doing?
It's not a wonderful day today, that's for sure. I think it's about 500 or 600 down last time I looked. It's going to get worse. I keep saying this. It is going to get worse. It's negative 568, at least the Dow is today. NASDAQ's down. Everything's down today across the board. So it's not a good day.
Okay.
Walmart's up. That's good for me, though.
We've been talking about the economy. And we've been saying, in the very beginning, we said, hey, you know what? We're going to have... it's going to be all right. We had a very good economy, and we'll snap back to a very good economy. But don't you think now it's likely that with a shift in businesses going out of business and certain things happening, that do you think there's a possibility that it's not going to simply bounce back, that we could have what people are saying a 3 to 5 year lag to get back to normal?
I think it's going to be longer than that, man.
Really? So you don't see the economy bouncing back?
No, I see the economy slowly getting back. I mean, I don't see it.
But you don't see it.
It's going to fall a little more. I'm pretty sure of that. Then we'll start seeing a bounce come back up.
Okay. And has anyone noticed that Bill Gates has been very vocal during this pandemic? Very vocal, especially...
He's vocal a lot, though.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes.
Check this out, man. I've just read this. Supreme Court today wrestled with the dispute over whether electoral college voters have a constitutional right to diverge.
Exactly.
This is going back to the popular vote, and I've argued this with Ross. I've argued it with you.
What did you argue with me?
Well, that it's unconstitutional for Colorado to basically give my vote to somebody else because they got the popular vote across the country.
Oh,
Maybe
I agree,
you and I did
Mark,
argue.
I agree with you 100%. I think that negates Colorado totally. It negates a lot of small...
It negates my vote.
It negates a lot of small states. A lot of small states.
No taxation without representation.
You know, a lot of small states are being negated because it says that if the country has a majority, then you're going to go that way. Well, screw that. I mean, so it's saying our votes don't count as a state? It really sucks.
And the Supremes are ruling in on it, or at least they're talking about it. And it sounds like they're probably all on board going, well, you can't do that. You can't just throw someone's vote away. Or even worse, make them vote for the other person.
Look, popular votes, people think the reason that we use Electoral College was because there was no way of counting popular voting. That was one of the reasons it was difficult, so they had Electoral College. But there's another reason, and that is they wanted to keep dense population centers from negating less sparsely populated states. And while it did not do that completely, because California and New York would always have more electoral votes, it still, however, gave smaller states a chance. Because their electoral votes could add up. Their popular votes could never compete. And California and New York and Chicago would basically elect our presidents. They would have
every time.
They would have to simply go ahead and campaign in those three areas, and we're screwed. The popular vote, the reason, and this is another thing, whether you like it or not, the reason they want a popular vote is because the popular vote has been going for them and the Democrats in the past elections. They have been better with popular votes because of dense population centers, which tend to skew more left. And they don't want smaller, sparsely populated areas to have any power because they skew more conservative. Again, they simply do it for voting. It has nothing to do with representation. They don't give a rat's ass about who's represented and who's not. What they care about is who wins. That's exactly what they care about. Now, when we come back, we'll have a bankruptcy question, also a stop work order, all of that, and we'll consult with our bankruptcy expert right after this.
Sorry, Tom.
This thing with the amnesty in the House of Representatives.
This report is sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you.
They keep trying to get illegal immigrants granted amnesty. They'll try every way possible to do that.
You know, I like the argument that they bring it back. Well, Reagan allowed it. You know, Reagan did back then, but there was a deal. They were supposed to fix the immigration. And the Democrats didn't do anything on that. And that's who controlled back that time.
And like, this DACA thing, people don't understand. The case before the Supreme Court with DACA is whether or not, it's whether or not DACA can be instituted by a presidential executive order. What Trump is saying is, look, if you want DACA to be available, it should be legislative and not an executive order. So
John Fuller is our personal injury expert, and you can call him, and I urge you to, if you've been in an accident, whether it's a big rig or two cars or an SUV, you know, if you have a bicycle involved, pedestrian, he will give you free legal advice when you need it the most. Really, you need advice, and he's not going to pressure you. He'll tell you what he thinks your case is worth, and then if he takes it, he will work on contingency, which means he only gets paid if he collects for you. Call him when you need him. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. No obligation, just information. PersonalInjuryCO.com.
So he's just saying if you want DACA, it should be legislative, not executive.
Right. So here's what's so funny about that. The hypocritics of all that. They said, in fact, this is judges, how judges are, oh man. So they say Trump of getting rid of DACA is unconstitutional. But Obama's the one that signed an executive order to allow it.
Right, so you can undo an executive order.
I know, but they say he can't. They're holding his feet to the fire.
MileHighEstatePlanning.com, perhaps one of the most important websites you can visit. You'll see Blake Harris's information. Blake Harris is an estate, an elder law, and a will, and a probate attorney, whatever you need when it comes to estate planning. He can help you avoid the mistakes a lot of people make by transferring houses too soon or putting joint people on bank accounts. He can tell you how to do it the right way, how to do it safely, whether you have a lot of money or just a little money. He will tell you how to protect your assets, protect what is yours, how to make a simple will for smaller estates, how to make trusts for medium and large estates, and then how to stay out of probate if you want to, or get through probate if someone just died. Whatever the reason, you can call him or text this number, 720-924-6171, MileHighEstatePlanning.com. That's 720-924-6171.
And actually, Obama or Trump was going to allow it, but the Democrats wanted other things.
Yeah.
You know, with it. And another thing, I'm sure they didn't want him to say he was the president that legalized the DACA.
Right. But I think he's right. It should be, you know.
It should. Immigration is that. Yeah. Immigration is. You're right. In fact, I believe Reagan, all he did was sign the bill. You know, it was the Democrats pushed through the amnesty.
Oh, the amnesty, yeah.
Give you peace of mind and allow you to focus on.
But like I said, this thing now with more amnesty, that's all the Democrats want. Amnesty, full amnesty for 12 million people.
Right, for votes.
Of course.
The reputation of putting you first with straight answers and listening are
Yep.
Colorado. Let us help you protect your home. Take aim.
You still there?
895-05.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's all about you.
If you suffer with
Thought you fell down.
downtown's healthcare expenses, you're a corona-free.
Thought you fell and couldn't get up.
To keep it that way. We're still open to unburdened ERs and urgent care facilities. Call 303-292-9992 for an appointment today.
Don't miss the Trading Group Show, Sundays at 3 p.m. on KHOW. If you want to learn how to make money in the stock market, the Trading Group Show, Sundays at 3, or call 888-646-8787
I accidentally added a zero. I looked at check and deposited yesterday, and I think it's 2,000 instead of 600. So I just fixed it.
Testing existing medicines, developing new treatments and vaccines, and collaborating with FDA, NIH, and CDC.
Hey, Dan.
Yo.
So we'll meet there at 8:30, huh?
Yeah. I'll be there at 8:30 there. It doesn't look like that's one thing, you know, now.
AM, I gotta go video of a car given away or something in Sheridan Auto Tech.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
To meet the needs of the current health situation.
You don't want him to go, Suzanne?
Sometimes simple is
I don't know. Sometimes you gotta let the kids get out by themselves.
Do you think AOC will be the vice
That's
president?
right.
No.
LCB what?
Vice president?
No way. No.
She has to be 31st.
She couldn't be. If she was vice president, she could become president.
Right.
Yeah, she can't.
So you got to be 35.
35. But vice president doesn't matter, though, right?
Well, yeah, because then you can't become president.
I know, but wouldn't it just go to the House of Representatives then?
I don't know. I don't think she'd be allowed to run. So
that's a good question.
Here we go. 30 seconds, guys. We're back.
No, it's not.
On pro trusted brands and savings when you buy in bulk. Save yourself a trip at shopping.
Audio to us. All right. Tom Martino here, 303-713 talk. Okay.
Now we're good now.
Please understand this, both of you. Explain it to him. This happened yesterday.
Yes.
Shannon was on. We can't hear anything from KHOW. We can hear you guys talk to us.
Yeah. Now.
We can't hear the caller. We can't hear.
Am I up now, by the way?
We can hear nothing. It's happened multiple times. So if all of a sudden we have no idea what's going on, that's what's happening.
Yeah. So.
We don't know what's
Pausing it.
So
can you guys hear me?
Right,
Am I on, Mark?
All right, 303-713-8.
You ready?
I'm on, man. Yeah.
All right.
here and let's go.
I'm on, Mark. I'm on. They were blocking me out. Listen, I hope you guys heard me. There is a button that sticks on the board. I'll tell you, I'll stake my reputation on it. When you push to talk to me, it blocks out return audio. And when you push that button and you think you release it, it's not being released. And that's why we're not hearing audio from the station, Mark, because it's unlikely that both of our systems would go down exactly at the same time.
I can assure you that's not what it is, but okay.
Okay, well, it's got to be something like that, because when you press that button to talk to me, you block out all sound. And then when you think you give it back to us, it doesn't come back. I'm not saying you're doing that intentionally. I'm saying technically that is what's happening. It's blocking out our return audio, and we're sitting here deaf, dumb, and blind, not knowing if we're on the air. Paul's got a bankruptcy question. Let's go to Paul. Paul, what's happening with you, sir? What's happening?
Yes, I have a guy who owes me some money, so I had him sign a promissory note, and I secured it. Well, I had him secure it with a deed of trust on his house.
So you actually did a note and deed of trust with a friend,
Right.
Was it?
Yes.
How much was it for?
About $6,700.
About $6,700.
Right.
And was it a second on his house when you recorded it, or was it a first?
It's a second.
Okay. And what is your question?
Well, if he files bankruptcy, am I protected with that deed of trust?
Mike Wink from Wink & Wink, he's a bankruptcy attorney with his wife Gigi, winkandwink.com. Mike, what about that? If he has a second deed of trust on a house, $6,700, can that guy go bankrupt and get rid of it?
Likely not. The biggest risk that he has is that if he didn't record the deed of trust timely, then it's possible that the trustee in the bankruptcy would be able to void it. Did you record that deed of trust as soon as it was signed?
Yes, I did.
How long ago?
You should be.
A few months ago.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this, Mike. What if he filed that deed of trust and that guy took out that loan and then goes bankrupt right away? Can it look like his friend and him are pulling a scam?
As long as the money was actually transferred, meaning that the loan was given, right? The scam would be if he said, hey, man, I'll give you this deed of trust and we'll wink, wink, call it a loan, but there was never a loan, right? Then that would be problematic. But if the debtor can show that he got the money, he or she used it for X, Y, and Z, then this guy should be totally protected as long as he recorded that deed timely.
So was the money actually transferred, Paul?
It's a good question.
Yeah, see, I'm hearing a problem. Hold on, and we'll examine this coming up after the break. Paul, that's what I'm thinking. If that money was not sent to that man, and that man doesn't show receipt of that money, it looks like he's just trying to preserve some money for himself. So hang on, and let's re-examine this coming back with Mike Wink, Winky Wink. I'm Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More coming up.
Hey, Ants. I wasn't blaming you for doing that. What I'm saying is I thought it was a technical issue with the board because I can think of no other reason why both of our return audio would go out at the same time.
I'm not sure, but I don't press on the button when I'm done talking to you, I let go of the button, and if it was to stick, then you would be able to hear everything me and Dapper saying, everything going on in the studio. So I know it's not sticking. Then
what do you think? It happened yesterday and it happened today. What do you think it is?
Really, I think it's got to be internet. Just so much going on over the internet.
Yeah, but it's unusual that Mark would be affected at the same exact time I'm affected. Oh, by the way, when that happens, do you hear us or not?
Yeah, I can hear you guys perfectly.
You hear me saying, "Am I on? Am I on?"
Yeah. That's why I popped you guys down. I was like, you guys are on air.
Okay.
I didn't want you guys to get frustrated.
Okay. So if it was internet, you wouldn't be hearing us because it takes more internet to send to you than for you to send return to us.
Well, it might be something to do with the servers that they have up here.
Yeah.
I can't go check the servers.
No, I know.
They're in that construction area.
Okay.
So I have no clue what's
going on.
I
know. Something's up.
I can talk to Dominic about it if you want me to.
For coronavirus cases
Better.
to spike,
The
the
federal
government has called on expanded testing at all long-term care facilities as Florida begins to reopen in phases Governor Ron DeSantis says more testing at nursing homes will be available.
Florida's approach was avoid introducing the disease into long-term care facilities, and we drew a very firm red line.
In Georgia, the state is tracking cases closely since reopening. The number of hospitalized patients continues to fall, but the number of ventilators in use is up. And in Virginia, a restaurant is getting creative to fill the gaps when they can't serve customers at full capacity. The owner of the Inn at Little Washington plans to use mannequins when dine-in services resume. This is ABC News. The Better Business Bureau says during the coronavirus pandemic, it's been flooded with calls about puppy scams.
The Better Business Bureau fielded hundreds of calls of puppy scams in April alone. One problem, people falling in love with pooches available for adoption online only to find out those dogs don't exist, or at least aren't available. The BBB's Steve Burtis says puppy scammers will also try to tack on additional costs and fees.
Once you give them the money,
I've told you, I've been dealing with those.
Yeah. Your cage,
You have been?
Yeah.
You have to take them to the vet. They got an eye problem.
And then they don't even, there's no really even a puppy place, right?
Well, I dealt with one place. The breeder was legitimate, okay? They sent it to a shipping place. The shipping place called the guy who bought the dog and said, we have a special crate, it's going to cost you $1,000. If you ship it back to us, we'll refund your money. There's a charge for shipping the dog, but there's a $1,000 deposit on the crate. And he says it's a scam. So I said, make sure they have the puppy. You want to see FaceTime that they really have the puppy and get a written contract from them saying exactly that. Because it could be legitimate. If they're going to refund the money when you ship the crate back, that's legitimate.
Right.
But I said, you make sure you get it in writing and you want to see the contract from these people that states that specifically. And then you can go ahead and do it.
So it's the shipping company that's screwing them.
Well, no, we don't know.
Oh,
the shipping company is charging them $50 to ship the dog. But there's a special crate.
Is that true though?
Well,
the crate?
So I told the guy, get the contract, and if it says specifically that if you return the crate, your money will be refunded, then it's okay. But don't do it without something in writing, and make sure you see a picture of the dog live before you do anything else, to make sure it really is a puppy. Because I looked on, the breeder was legit. I looked on the website, I did reviews, the breeder was legitimate. But a lot of times they do that shipping, and there's no dog. And then you want insurance, and money for shipping, and
never do it out of state.
Right.
So my daughter and husband, they just got they're getting a dog, and they normally would have went to the pound or whatever. It's just but they're on the way.
They know pounds, right? So did they buy one?
Yeah, they got one.
What'd they buy?
It looks like, I didn't really ask her, like a, what's my, border collie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are cool dogs.
Yeah.
So where's your daughter? You have a son and a daughter?
2 girls and a boy.
Oh, where are you two? I know where your son is. What are your 2 daughters doing?
They're both accountants.
And are they both in Denver? I mean in Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So your whole family's here.
South of town, there's
my family, but my parents and all, they're from back in Minnesota.
Right, but your 3 kids are
And my one son is still there.
Did you just piss yourself? Those were the last words my father heard.
What?
He's at CSU.
Right. Yeah, I got it.
Unclaimed solid backups to chambers, so packing patients there for sure. And in the high country, watch out for westbound I-70 at Idaho.
You're looking up stuff about prostate enlargement, Tom?
No, this was just something that was on one of the news sites.
Oh, because I saw there was a picture of prostate gland.
Yeah.
On your.
Yeah, I know. It was on one of the ads.
Hey, why can't they do that? Why can't they put a stent in there?
In where?
In your urethra when it starts growing, and
they do what's called the TURP.
What's
they route it out.
They route it out.
But that can have lasting bad deals.
What?
I don't know how routing out keeps it from collapsing.
Great service and great pricing.
How does it?
Need a plumber for anything, including
Well, because the tissue has some mass to it.
These are the guys you want to call. They give free estimates, and they don't charge a trip charge in Denver metro area.
But why don't they put a stent?
Up to 50% on sewer line repairs.
Apparently,
now, here's the phone number.
stents don't work for some reason.
Well, they're working for blood.
Well, each organ is different.
iHeartMedia knows small businesses across the country are facing new challenges during the COVID-19.
And then, so they got this other one, what's the name of it, where they inject steam in it. Have you heard that?
No, that must be something new.
It's not really, it's like a few years old.
I've never heard of that. Nor have I heard of it. I mean, because I had prostate, cancer.
Oh, did you?
And they took the whole thing out.
That's a bad deal.
You had it?
Yeah.
God, you've had your bout, haven't you?
What?
You've had your bouts, haven't you?
I've had my bouts.
Liver and prostate.
Yeah. But the prostate was early, it was just...
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Your Troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Don't forget realcbdthatworks.com. If you go and put Tom in the promo code in that website, you will get 25% off Panacea Life Sciences products, pure CBD products, realcbdthatworks.com. Okay, let's talk to you. We have a bankruptcy question, and it's really an interesting one. And Mike, I want to bring up from Wink and Wink first. Mike is a bankruptcy attorney, winkandwink.com. They handle bankruptcies, and more importantly than that, you talk to them before you get into trouble when something seems inevitable, and you try to work out a solution or plan. If you're going to do a bankruptcy, do it the right way. And during these times, there are going to be many bankruptcies, unfortunately. Now, Mike Wink, I want to ask you, when somebody goes bankrupt and all of a sudden a loan shows up from a friend or a neighbor or a family member, trustees look very, very suspiciously at those because, it's almost like, hey, why don't you tell them I owe you money and then we'll split it, or at least I'll get to keep that much money, or that much money will be paid back to you out of my stuff. Don't they look at that like that, Mike?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
any kind of transaction with an insider, a friend, a family member is always going to be scrutinized by the trustee.
Even if it was done, especially if it was done in the recent past. So what Paul is saying is he just loaned his friend just a couple months ago some money, he said, and took a second deed of trust on the house. He wants to know when the guy goes bankrupt, will he get paid? And then I asked him a question, and he hesitated. You said if it was a legit loan and he really transferred money to the debtor, really gave it to him, and that debtor used that money and has records, then it would be a real loan. But, Paul, our question before the break was, can you show a transfer of that $6,700 from you to him?
All right, well, here's the deal. I loaned him, it was a hard money loan for a flip that he did on a house. I loaned the money over a year ago. He closed on that house on December 30th. He paid me the principal back, but he didn't have enough money to pay all the interest. So I wrote another promissory note for the remaining interest with deed of trust.
That's going to look suspicious because he owed you that money all that time.
The issue there.
Go ahead, Mike.
The issue there is that it wasn't a contemporaneous exchange when you got the deed of trust. In other words, it wasn't like a mortgage where you get the money, you sign the deed of trust, and it gets all recorded kind of at the same time. That is how the lien survives. This looks like you already owed him the money. When the time came to pay, he couldn't pay it all. So as part of the payment, he gave you a lien on the home. And the issue then is that could be considered a preference payment.
Right, preferential payment.
And so the real question is, So it sounds like there was legitimate consideration, meaning he owed the money and it was a legitimate debt, but that the deed of trust was not granted at the time the debt was incurred. It was granted later as part of a payment. So if you're
I had a deed of trust on the original loan.
You had a deed of trust on the original loan, but on the other house.
Right.
Yeah. So the question would be, why all of a sudden?
Right. It's clearly another payment, right? And then the question is, when does he file vis-a-vis that payment? And then the other important question is, are you considered an insider? Because if somebody who's going bankrupt repays an insider in the year before they file bankruptcy, and my take on this is that deed of trust is almost certainly a payment to you, then the trustee can void that deed of trust, can void the transaction.
Do you think they would in this
how well
case?
Do you know this person? Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this. A $6,700 deed of trust is a red flag all the time, right? So they're looking at the property, they're looking at the equity in it, and they would say, well, who's this person?
Right.
You know, and then you say, oh, that's my friend. Well, now, if that deed of trust was recorded in the year before that person files bankruptcy, there is, in my opinion, a very good chance the trustee is going to be contacting our friend on the phone here about voiding that deed of trust.
Right, and especially if he goes bankrupt, you just filed that deed of trust, and he goes bankrupt in a couple months. I think you're going to have a very tough time showing it's legit. You know, this is what people do all the time. Hey, Mom, you know, here's a deed of trust on my house. I'm going to go bankrupt. You know, trustees have seen everything. They've seen it all. And that's the kind of thing you don't get away with. Don't they go back 2 years by what is it, 2 years federal, 4 years state, or is it just the opposite? How far back can they?
That is for a fraudulent transfer.
Which
right?
this could be.
So what we're talking about is right. Well, it could be if there was no. That's why we started, right?
Yeah.
If there was no consideration, if there was never the $6,700 was never really owed, then it's clearly a fraudulent transfer. That the trustee can go back 4 years on that. But if it was a legitimate debt, but the deed of trust that we're talking about wasn't executed at the time of the debt. It was a subsequent grant as part of saying, look, I can't pay it all to you now, but I'm going to give you this. Then that's clearly a separate payment, and then it's a year for an insider preference payment. So if the guy waits a year from when that was recorded and there was consideration for that payment, then it should be a legitimate lien. But if he files bankruptcy within that year, it can be voided as a preference payment. And, of course, if there was no consideration, then it's a 4-year look back that if the guy files bankruptcy within 4 years, the trustee can void the deed of trust.
All right, so here's what you ought to do, though, in all cases, Paul. Have your friend, seriously, if he's considering a bankruptcy, not to get in trouble, have him call Wink and Wink and talk to them. winkandwink.com, 303-410-1720, 303-410-1720. They're good people, and they can help anyone considering a bankruptcy to do it the right way and not get in trouble, and to do it the right way, as I said, and sometimes avoid bankruptcy. 303-410-1720. We have more. Well, no, let me take another call right now. And Dave, go ahead, Dave. What's on your mind? Hello, Dave.
Hi, Tom.
What's
Thanks
happening?
For taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Say, I'm a tile contractor and working on this house. We did a bunch of tile on the floor in the bathroom, and basically it's just all facade work, except for I changed out the toilet flange.
Yeah.
And there's work going on in the neighborhood, and the building inspector came by, and of course I wasn't here when he came by and put a stop work order on the house.
Because no permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the only thing I did was I didn't change any plumbing, just the toilet flange. The rest of it's all non-permittable work as far as tile, vanity, toilet.
That's what you have to tell him. He has no idea what's going on. He just sees work.
Well, he came in and looked around and said, well, that looks new, that looks new. We need to tear the floor up so I can check out the plumbing. We need to tear that wall down so I can look at the plumbing.
Now, wait a minute. What are you talking about, tear the floor out? As far as I know, you don't need a permit for a floor.
That's correct.
Okay, then why would you have to tear it out to look at plumbing? What does that even mean? Is he saying there was new plumbing put in underneath that floor?
Because he can't see it. So there's a new toilet flange,
And so he
top.
thinks, but did you say there was no plumbing done?
Well, and see, I wasn't here, and the
Well,
homeowner
you need
said
to
they
talk
didn't
to
do
him.
any plumbing.
You need to talk to them. I mean, if there was no plumbing done and no electrical done and no permittable work done, there's nothing that has to be torn out. But I mean, this guy's just being a bully. You have to call his supervisor and say, look, just because there's a flange on the toilet doesn't mean there was plumbing done. You can pull the toilet to show there's no new plumbing. You don't have to pull up a whole floor. That sounds like he has a hard-on for some reason. I don't know what's going on with him. What's going on?
We found out he's only been there for 3 weeks, so
Okay,
we don't know what he's doing.
Then you need to take the bull by the horns and contact the building department. Talk to them. They're people. And say, look, I could understand if I did a bunch of plumbing and then covered it up, but we didn't. There's no plumbing done. There's nothing done. All that was done here is floor, if that's all you did. And as part of the floor, we lift the toilet. I mean,
yeah, and you can't get a hold of anybody in the plumbing department currently. They are on a 2 to 3 day return call, and we just want to put the vanity and everything back in. What are they going to do if we continue to work?
Okay, as long as you're doing non-permitted work. But here, if you put a vanity in, who's hooking up the faucet? That requires a permit.
No, it doesn't.
If you break
Only
a water
if you're
line,
getting into the old plumbing.
If you break a water line, you need to have a permit. You need a licensed plumber.
Sinks, but
are you breaking a water line? Listen, how do you put a sink in without breaking a water line? How do you get into the fresh water?
You turn the valve off and take off the supply line and put a new supply line on.
And that doesn't require a permit?
No.
If
not
it's
a plumber either.
Okay, if that's the case, I thought you were putting in a sink, right? And so I just envisioned you're doing the lines and everything. You're saying it was right where there was a sink, and all you're doing is disconnecting that and putting another one in. Well, that's different. Because although I will tell you this, well, I know when our tile people do that, our counter people with granite, they have licensed plumbers come in to do that. Why do they have them come in if they don't need them? I don't understand. Maybe you know what?
I don't either.
Let's call Fix It or Plumline, either one, and get an opinion, and then we'll see what to do. Hold on. Let's just get an opinion on where and when we need a permit to begin with. Is this the city of Denver? Is this the city of Denver, Dave? Okay.
It's Littleton.
Okay, Littleton. We'll find out. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Sir, you got your Art of Granite coming up quick in about 17 seconds. You ready?
Gotcha.
All right.
Yeah, if you do like for like, you shouldn't have to.
Why do they do it?
I have no idea. I would say to cover their ass.
theartofgranite.com. Hey, we just heard from a guy that was doing some floor tile work. Well, The Art of Granite takes care of all of that in your kitchen. He can have you countertops in 2 weeks or less. 2 weeks from the time you pick your material. He doesn't charge for tear out and haul away. He doesn't charge for the bathroom when you do the kitchen. He's a direct stone importer. He charges wholesale only on all materials. He charges for fabrication and installation only, so you can get a price on the phone. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. theartofgranite.com.
All right, 30 seconds. Mile High State Lawn.
Introducing the Medicine Assistance Tool, or MAT, brought to you by America's biopharmaceutical companies. MAT gives you information about cost-sharing health, patient assistance programs, and medicine costs. In 3 quick steps, learn how MAT may help you or someone you know access prescription medicines during these
10 seconds. Mile High State Lawn. Here we go.
.org for more information. Brought to you by America's biopharmaceutical companies. That's MAT.org.
MileHighEstatePlanning.com. Blake Harris, attorney at law. This is the place to go for trusts, wills. If you need to get into probate or you want to prevent probate, and let's say you want a prenup or a postnup, you need that as part of estate planning. What about protecting your assets? Or dissolving a trust? What about amending one? All of these things are inevitable in all of our lives. We will need one or another, and you'll need Blake Harris, the one I trust. Blake Harris, attorney at law. MileHighEstatePlanning.com. He can do all virtual appointments, email, and take care of everything. Text or call this number, 720-924-6171. 720-924-6171. MileHighEstatePlanning.com. Always free consultations. MileHighEstatePlanning.com.
When you think about the just think ideal home loans and the help they can give you.
That application process, we go through it line by line, and that really allows us to do an effective job to make sure we're doing what's in your best interest.
Call Brent Ivinson and his team at 303-867-7000.
Yeah, it says right here, like for like, existing cabinets, countertops, flooring, plumbing, and electrical fixtures. You do not need a permit. So the only way I see on this is to cover their ass. In case they had to unhook the line, they didn't get it hooked up right. Just like refrigerator. You know, I would want a plumber to, because a lot of people, they bring it out there and they don't hook up the ice maker line correctly.
May 15th on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When running a business, HR issues can be wrongful termination suits, minimum wage requirements, labor regulations, and HR managers' salaries are not cheap. They're $70,000 a year. I'm Alan Jones, founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi specifically for small business. Get a dedicated HR manager, craft HR policy, and maintain your compliance, all for just $99 a month. Seriously, let's change HR from your biggest liability to your biggest strength. With Bambi, your dedicated HR manager is available by phone, email, or real-time chat. From onboarding to terminations, we customize your policies to fit your business and help you manage your employees day to day. All for just $99 a month, period. Month to month, no hidden fees, cancel anytime. Get a free HR audit today.
Go to Bambi.com/human. Spelled BAM to the BEE.com/human. Go to Bambi.com/human.
We understand that these are uncertain times, and while we are all looking for answers, we know many of you are also looking for help. That's why Liberty Mutual is automatically refunding a portion of our customers' personal auto insurance premiums. We're also offering flexible payment options for those who have been financially affected by the crisis. In these uncertain times, we want you to know we are here to help. Learn more about what Liberty Mutual is doing at libertymutual.com/COVID-19.
This is a last chance alert. It's happening. Publishers Clearinghouse is ready to award $5,000 a week for life in just days. Enter now at PCH.com.
Look at this. This is such bullshit.
CNN?
No, these headlines.
Oh, I hate those. I don't.
Tom Selleck and his partner are still together. They're not.
Right. It sounds like
or the world says goodbye to.
He's got some dirt on him, or he died, or It's like,
who's that?
All these little things. I quit even doing. I don't even.
Clickbait.
But it's not even good bait. I thought you were a Quora man. I didn't know. Now you're TikTok man.
TikTok is just videos, right?
Is it? I've never been on.
I think they're just 15-second videos.
In 30 locations to help support your workforce needs.
Denver's Talk Station. Online at khow.com.
Street Talk, 713-8255. Bob, this doesn't make sense to me, so I don't know who we have on. We got two different companies here, so I don't know which one is on. I'll have to figure it out. We have a plumbing question, so can you clarify who's on the line for me, please? Thank you. I would appreciate that. Is it Bob Logan? Is it?
Yeah, it should be Bob Logan.
Okay, then he's with Plumline Services. Okay, I was just a little confused here. Plumline Services, Bob Logan. Bob, are you there, sir?
I am, yes.
Okay.
How are you, Tom?
Good. So listen, Bob, we needed to know something. This guy, Dave, was putting in a tile floor, and he lifted the toilet and had to put a new flange on it when he put it back down. So I guess what we're asking, he got a stop work order, and the guy in Littleton said, What did he say, Dave? The stop work order says you need to tear up the floor so he can inspect the plumbing?
Yeah, tear up the floor, and also I put new guts in the shower valve so it looks new, but it's not. And he wants me to tear the wall apart.
Now, Bob, when is a plumbing permit or a plumber required? If you put tile floors, go ahead.
In that case, Tom, the reason he got a stop order is because he broke the seal, and technically that needs to be inspected. So that's why.
That's what I thought. So whenever you get into fresh water, when you break, meaning if you replace a sink, does that have to be permitted?
If you're changing the fixture, so like a faucet, for example, say in a bathroom faucet, you can change that faucet out, and no problem. You're just changing the fixture. But if you change the plumbing itself, say move the vanity over, you're moving the plumbing, the shutoff valves, then you would need to get a plumbing inspection.
Okay, so if he puts a flange on a toilet, why would the guy want him to? Why did he think he put all new plumbing in the floor?
Well, because he broke the seal. He broke the seal once he pulled that toilet off, and I'm guessing he's not a plumber.
So what has to be inspected? What has to be inspected there? When the toilet is pulled and you do tile work, what has to be inspected?
Well, again, it's a little bit different from municipality to municipality.
Yes.
Most inspectors would not say that pulling a toilet and resetting a toilet you need an inspection for, but I'm guessing this guy does not have a plumbing license, which is why my guess is that's stop work order, because he's not qualified in their eyes to do the work.
Okay. And what about changing in the valves? You change the guts of the valves.
Take the little ring off, pull the guts out, put new guts in, and put it.
Is that?
Yeah, again, typically when you're not.
Sorry, he cut out for some reason. I don't know why. Must be his phone.
Then you would not need to get an inspection or a permit or anything for something like that, if I understand what you're saying correctly.
Yeah, so Dave, Dave, it just sounds like this guy is suspecting you did more than you did. And because you weren't there... Go ahead.
And Tom, again, if he had a plumbing license in his hand and he showed the inspector that, the inspector probably would have said, okay, no problem, and let him move on. But you're absolutely right. He's probably thinking this guy doesn't have a plumbing license and he's doing plumbing work. That's why I'm giving him the stop work order.
So what I think you need to do, Dave, is you need to talk to the building department and say, look,
I've already put in a call on the, you got to wait 2 to 3 days to get a call back today because nobody's available to speak with. And my homeowners don't want to wait. They said, the heck with it, finish the job. What are the ramifications now?
Well, it would be ramifications, I think, more on them. I don't know. I mean, right now, none of that work required a permit, so I don't know why there would be ramifications. I mean, Dave, if the homeowners are telling you to finish and you finish, right? And then, then they say, look, I don't care what you say. I didn't have plumbing done, so go to hell. I didn't have it done. He changed the guts.
I guess that was the answer I was looking for.
Well, no. That's what I would do. What else can you do? If I knew that I did not have any work done at my home that required a permit, whether a building inspector says it does or not, he has to prove it. I mean, what, is he going to come into my house and say, oh, I think you had plumbing done, tear up your floor? That's ridiculous. That's absolutely, positively ridiculous. So the homeowners are the ones that have to fight this. They have to attest to the fact that there was no plumbing done whatsoever. There was simply a flange put on the toilet, and there was simply valves put in the shower thing, or guts put in the shower valves. But you can't let them intimidate you. I mean, what if the guy decided that you put wiring in? He wants you to tear down all the walls, and you didn't. He can't just come in and start flailing around like that, and you got to let him know that, or the homeowners do. Bob Logan, thank you for your information. By the way, Plumbline Services, if you ever need plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, or drains, all licensed techs, and of course, fully licensed and insured, 303-586-1086. That's plumlineservices.com. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Get found fast coming up about a minute.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com.
No major problems on the highway drive around the metro area right now. Just a couple of slow spots because of road work. It's sluggish on westbound I-70 approaching and just past.
I mean, can you believe these guys coming in doing that?
Oh, that's...
You know what they say?
Sure is a
Power corrupts. As soon as you give people power, they'll exercise it.
But it sounds like he was newbie.
Yeah, but that's why he's exercising his newly found power.
Will cool off to about 50 overnight tonight.
God.
And then tomorrow for your Thursday.
Oh, this looks like you did it, so we're going to...
Isolated thunderstorms and a high near 70.
All right, Tom, here we go. About 15 seconds before you get found fast.
Janine Moreau, 630 KL.
Need to manage a changing workforce? It's time to get to know Express Employment Professionals. Visit it
10 seconds, get found fast short. Here we go.
to find one of over 830 locations to help support your workforce needs.
Get found fast. Those are the people you call and get a free analysis of your website and how your website is performing on the internet. You know, yes, websites are scored on how fast they load, how they look, how they're organized, how Google sees them. Sometimes, no matter how much SEO you do, if you have a bad website, you don't get a good score, you don't get found fast. That's why Get Found Fast is the company to check on, not only for your website, but for your SEO and other strategies. They do it all. Call them for a free analysis and no obligation. GetFoundFast.com.
How long will this clear? You got 30 seconds, then Frank Durant. Blake, are you financially prepared? Visit my website now at kurtcambier.com for your free...
Well, Mark's been quiet.
What's that?
Mark's been quiet.
KCAMBIER.com.
Our phone's on.
Securities offered through Cambridge Investment Research Inc., a broker-dealer, member of...
You know, I'm serious.
9 seconds, Frank Durant.
I'm troubled at what's going to happen with our economy.
Oh, I am too. I am too. I can't believe the Democrats can think adding another...
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I've been saying that name for years and years. He's the guy I recommend if you're looking to list a home. Because, first of all, they're going to come in and clean it, stage it, videotape it, photograph it, put it out, and be proactive with hundreds of thousands of views online. And they can do it all virtually. They can do it safely. They've been getting multiple offers during these troubled times. They've been selling houses during these troubled times. And he doesn't hold you to a long-term contract. He just asks that you give him 1 day. If ever you're not satisfied, just pull the plug. But people don't, because they find him to be the best. 303-920-1622. Now, if you're looking to buy the same thing, they'll scour the market to find things for you when they first come on the market, or if they just go off the market. They help you find the best deals. They've done both for me, buying and selling. 303-920-1622. He still holds the record of something he sold for me. 303-920-1622.
You know it's... You're good, thanks.
Do you know why I think the Democrats, how they look at it? It's a win-win. Like that new thing, $3 trillion.
Just get in power.
So it's one thing, they're buying votes. So if Trump doesn't do it, they can say, look, he took money away from you guys. If they do it, they can blame Republicans for having such a spendy down the road and keep, now they're no longer the, they can't say the Democrats are the spender because of
politics is like this.
I know, but
everybody points to everybody.
But the Democrats in this situation don't care about the U.S.
No,
they don't.
They
really don't.
They care about power and votes.
Their power. Even if it hurts the mass down the road, they want their power.
They want to get Trump and the Republicans out of there at any cost. Right. And then they'll deal with...
But I really think they're looking at this as a win-win. I mean, we can spend the hell out of this, and if you don't sign it, you're telling all your voters, look at how they're taking money away from you. And if you do it, down the road they say, look at the way the Republicans spent.
Well, you know what they do? They do that with amendments to bills.
Yeah.
They'll have a bill, and they'll put an amendment on it, and then if you don't vote for the bill, people say, well, you didn't vote to give seniors a boost, but the reason you didn't was because it was an amendment that said something that you were totally against.
And so that was one thing Bush, I thought he was a good thing. He didn't get it by. He wanted line item veto.
Right. Have they ever gotten? They've never gotten.
Never gotten it. And I agree with that, because you cannot say this is a vote for the economy and then put in immigration.
Right.
You know, and that's
what they do. They
yeah,
put
that's
amendments on
exactly
the bill. So when you vote against the bill,
right.
That's right. You're voting against that. They do it.
Yeah.
They've done it forever.
Both parties do that.
They do, but they're more masters of it. Democrats are more masters.
Yeah,
of
because
it.
right, they put all these social things in, like amnesty,
right,
and DACA, and
right. And like I said, I remember Bush really harping on that line item veto thing, and that's as far as it went.
Well, the Republicans had, the first 2 years of Trump's presidency, they had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They should have passed it then.
But I don't know what you need for that. Do you need a supermajority, or do you need just a majority for that? But you're right. I mean, they should have done that and stuff. But if that's all you needed was
a majority?
A majority there. And they could even make it. Pelosi is. She really is. I mean, I see so many of them. They don't care about the U.S. They don't really.
You know who's the worst? That Maxine Waters.
She's just dumb.
The worst.
No, she's just dumb. Maxine
is dumb, and she is as bad as Pelosi.
No, well, Pelosi's at least smart. Maxine Waters is dumb.
Yeah, but she has so much power because she's a black woman.
Yes, and she can use that, and she uses it.
And her husband and she got indicted for some kind of bank fraud. It doesn't matter.
But they got that. I heard nothing came from that.
Just like that, because it was a democratically controlled.
Well, that could very well be.
Sure.
But Maxine Waters she really is. She's got an under average intelligence.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. No doubt.
And she's corrupt.
I don't know that. I don't know corrupt like you're saying and stuff, but I know she's dumb.
Do what I did and get a new hot tub from Wind River Spas. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky, and with Wind River Spas, you can...
All right, 10 seconds. We're back, guys.
Have it delivered right to your home while supporting a Colorado family-owned business. Learn more at windriverspas.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303.
713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Let's talk. And Mary, go ahead, Mary. You have a problem, and this sounds unusual. Go ahead, Mary.
Okay, I've been out of business for over 5 years.
What kind of business?
Google keeps. It was a body shop. I sold it.
Okay.
And I work for the new owners, but the Google keeps calling, saying they need to upgrade my Google thing. And I keep telling them I'm out of business, and they keep calling. Today, a guy called, and at least he wasn't rude, but he told me he could get rid of it right now within 10 minutes if I paid him $199.
Then that wasn't Google.
That
wasn't Google. That was a scam.
That's what I thought. He's supposed to call me back tomorrow. But how can I get rid of Google not calling me? Is there any way?
Block the number.
First of all, they're not Google. They're not Google. That's the problem. It's a scam. So you got to block the number. Google doesn't call people like that. It's a scam. So you have to figure out a way to block the scam.
Okay.
Just, in other words, not figure out a way. Just, in other words, don't pay attention to it. It's a scam. Either block. Go ahead, Mark.
There's some great apps you can download for your smartphone, but the one question I didn't ask, is this a landline or a smartphone?
This is a landline.
Ah, geez, I have no idea when you do that.
And that definitely not Google. That's one thing you don't have to worry about. They don't call people. They don't care about that. So I don't know what to tell you. Like you would get rid of anything. You would block. Well, you can't block the phone at home, can you? Can you block a number at home? Yeah, I'm told you can. So
I'm not so sure if you can or not.
Yeah, I don't know how.
You got, just do whatever.
I don't think I've ever
Who's your
blocked
provider?
Who's your provider?
Who's your landline provider?
CenturyLink?
CenturyLink, yes.
Call up CenturyLink. I guarantee you CenturyLink will tell you how to block a specific number from calling you.
Well, it's all different numbers.
Oh, well, that's different. That makes it worse. So then what you have
that's
to
my
do
whole
is-
point.
Yeah,
You got to
just
have
let-
an app that will do it.
You just let it go to voicemail and delete it. That's all you can do.
Yeah, you're just
Okay.
being you're just there's nothing
It
you can do.
sucks.
It's a scam. So, but don't blame Google. Seriously, they don't waste their time on crap like this. They don't care about, they don't care about this as far as
But
thinking.
Mark, you can block a number on a landline, no question.
Yeah.
No, you can block a number, not
Exactly,
someone that's calling you from multiple
No,
numbers.
not if they keep changing numbers, which they do
Yeah.
every 10 minutes
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
So the only recourse is let it go to voicemail and delete it.
All right. I'm sorry. It's really not.
Or wait a minute,
Yeah.
forward it to a cell phone if you're not actually taking calls from there anymore like most people. Forward it to your cell phone, then download that app, and it'll block it out.
Yeah, you could do that too. That's exactly right. That's a good idea. So, guys, she may want to try that. I don't know if she has a cell phone even. She says, so who knows? Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let me take this call right here. Go ahead, Bennett. You have a comment on blocking numbers. Go ahead, Bennett. What did you want to say, Bennett?
Tom, what I've got portable phones with my landline, and it's a Panasonic product, and it does have a call block feature on the phone.
It does. What do you mean on the phone? Mechanically on the phone?
Well, it's on the portable phone.
Yeah.
That you can carry around, and
You're not talking
they're
a cell
wired.
phone. You're literally talking about a phone.
Exactly.
And there's a blocker on each phone?
On each one of the portable phones that we have, yes.
That I've never heard of such a thing. And so you could theoretically block a number on one and not on the other phone.
No, it'll block it on your whole landline.
But you do it through the actual phone.
Exactly.
Wow. What's the name of your phone?
It's Panasonic.
Yeah, it's a Panasonic phone. Enough said.
Right, and I have 4 of them. One of them just has to be hooked up to the landline, and whatever you do with one of them, it affects all the others, plus your permanent landline.
Oh, that's crazy. Not crazy. I believe you, but that's crazy. Okay. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I've never heard of a phone that allows you to block a number that actually, how would it even know? See, what I don't understand is then you have to have those phones. Once those phones are gone, the block is gone because you're not doing it obviously with your carrier. It's doing it somehow within that phone itself. All right. Robert? Are you there, Robert?
He should be.
Robert, are you there, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. What's happening, Robert?
They've shut off my water here at the Indian Hills Water District.
Why?
Because I'm not allowing them in my house to install a remote sensor reading.
Okay, yeah, that's required. By the way, a lot of people think they have rights they don't have when it comes to that. You don't have to let them in your house, okay? But if you don't, they can also say, well, we're not servicing you anymore. So it's just a Mexican standoff, or whatever you want to call it.
Well, so I told them that they could install the remote reader up on the street where the water runs in. They say they don't want to do that because they have to dig up the line to do it.
Why are you doing this? Why are you going
protesting?
so far with this?
Yeah.
Well, because for a couple of reasons. One, I'm a part-time resident, and so I don't want to have a reading where anybody could just go by and say, "Hey, this guy's not home because he's not using any water." That's one, and then that's probably the predominant reason right there. So you're saying I don't have any rights to this then?
I didn't say that at all. You have every right to keep people from going into your home. They have every right.
They have every right not to give you water.
That's right. It's a private enterprise. They can do what they want.
But it's a water district, and I have paid, for the tap, and I pay my bills. So
yeah, but you also agreed. Hold on. As part of the district, you agree to the bylaws, and the bylaws say that they can pass from time to time regulations or stipulations. I don't understand though. What don't you want to accurately have your water read?
So there isn't a problem with getting the water accurately read. I just don't want to have something that would allow like anybody. It's kind of like leaving your newspapers out. I mean, because that's a indication I'm not a full-time resident.
You're thinking that people at the water company will see that you're not using your water and then call a crook or a thief to go rob you.
I don't think the water district itself. I think that it's the once the information is available, I think that it'd be just like.
Do you think people hack into those meters to find out who's not home and who's not using the water?
I would think so.
I don't know how you go to sleep at night with that level of paranoia. I'm serious. I mean, I guess that's remotely possible. So now you just have to have water trucked in. Just forget it then. Just have water trucked in. I don't know what else to say, Mark. He thinks he has. See, this is what people don't understand. You don't have a right to things that you agree to be part of. When you agree to be part of an HOA, when you agree to be part of an architectural controlled community, when you agree to be part of a district, when you become part of an educational district, a water district, sanitation district, fire protection district, there are certain things that you sign into. And if you don't like it, then they don't have to serve you. And that's what people don't understand. There's no constitutional right.
He's going to be calling back in a few days when he finds out they're going to charge him $100 to turn it back on.
Yeah, well, it's too bad, man. I'm really sorry you're having this fight.
What about your electric meter? Same thing.
Yeah, what about your electric meter? In fact, that's even more accessible. People can go and read your electric meter and find out you're not home.
Well, they would have to walk down to the house to do that.
Yeah,
the problem is with a remote sensor reading, anybody could just come drive down the street.
No, they would have to have the encryption code and all of that. You think people would go to that? You think crooks are that sophisticated that they're going to buy the reading equipment to read a remote meter and the encryption and decode it and figure out what your water usage is over the period of a year to find out when you're not home? Seriously, you're just wasting my time. Bye, Robert. And by the way, don't look out for a black helicopter because you're going to see one or two. Yeah, in fact, I have a black helicopter. I can scare the hell out of him.
It's probably you.
I can scare the hell out of him. All I have to do is get his address. That guy will be just running for the hills. We know you don't use water. We know you're not home. We're coming in. We got a commando unit. Honest to God, some people just... No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I mean, there's a level of paranoia sometimes about things like that that just drive me insane. We got more coming up.
Buy and build in 50 seconds.
You can put sprinklers. Turn your sprinklers on. All right.
Sponsored by ExpressPros.com. The highway driver.
What in his house is that valuable?
Just a couple of slow
If he has renter's insurance,
there you go there.
Feels like when I had a car, I wanted it to be stolen. I did. I wanted it to be stolen. I drove all over the city. I never locked my car. Okay? So nobody ever stole it. I left the keys in it.
That's what Jerry did.
So finally, it got totaled. Somebody hit me in the back. The car got totaled, right? I bought a new car. 3 weeks later, my new car got stolen.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Out of my garage.
Out of your garage?
Yeah. Well, I was at night, and I was on the phone. I was bringing out the garbage, and I forgot to close the garage door.
That's a big problem. It's not closing garage door.
I know.
There should be an app or something that...
Buy and Build is open, and you can get below wholesale pricing on cabinets, and vanities and granite countertops and sinks and faucets and bath accessories. Just go to buyandbuild.net, make an order there, then go curbside, pick it up with no contact, or you can go into the store even and browse. They'll let people in on a limited number. Buyandbuild.net, 303-295-6022. They offer installation and assembly as well. 303-295-6022. Buyandbuild.net.
In fact,
my girlfriend thought it was so funny because I couldn't get my old car stolen, and 3 weeks after I bought one, that got stolen.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So that guy there, it's even worse to have a mirror on the outside because you don't need any special thing to read it, whatever. You just got to walk up and read it.
So they want to put a reader in his house?
Right, for automatic reading, so they can just drive by and get it. And that's what they... That's on mine.
Definitely crazy.
My gas, electric, and...
All right, so Zero Res, the company that we have trusted to sanitize our carpets, and they do it with their empowered water, are now offering us a screaming deal. 3 rooms at $33 per room. That's $99. Now, you can have as many additional rooms done as you want at $33. That's the lowest prices ever. And then they have something called ZR Shield. That's a patented product, and it's a scientifically proven product where they go and kill on your hard surfaces all viruses, bacteria, and germs, and it lays down a protective silicone shield for up to a month. Find out more at ZeroResDenver.com. Free estimates on that ZR Shield. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a minute. Okay, it's okay. I'll give him a shout out. I'll be right back. No, we're fine. I just went short.
We haven't had a nut like that for a while.
What's that?
We haven't had a nut like that for a while.
I know.
It's good to get a nut now and then.
Ever since Guy uses credit card for hookers, for massage.
Oh. Yeah, that was good.
We can show you how to access your equity in these.
Seriously, they shut his water off. Mark says $100. I'll bet you it's more than $100.
To turn it back on?
Yeah. My gas up at the cabin is $250.
Really? What do they have to do?
Not much.
They just turn it out.
Turn it and lock it.
Our reputation for putting you first with straight answers and listening are unmatched in Colorado.
So it's
Help you protect your home. Take AIM 720-895-0500, where it's all about you.
No one will clean, check, and adjust your air conditioner for a better price at this level of service. For just $39 to clean and refurbish your AC, fix it 24/7.
It's just funny how some people just look at
corrosion, which is the #1 killer on all ACs, online at fixmyhome.com.
like say you do many things, just turn the sprinklers on if he's not there and stuff, or who mows his lawn and stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, he's just being less. What does he have in his house that's going to be,
yeah.
15 original Monets or Rembrandt?
Yeah.
Developing new treatments and vaccines and collaborating with FDA, NIH, and CDC.
Hey, this guy said it's a Panasonic phone that does the call blocking. He can do.
Ramping up production capabilities to ensure these medicines are.
I have 2 pictures of black helicopters, but you need special X-ray glasses from the 60s to see them.
Maybe he also believes the invisible flying spaghetti monster. Maybe he's a Pastafarian.
And try it for free. Babel works because it's built.
You know what I learned yesterday? That if you have a TV hooked up to a receiver that doesn't have 4K capability, your TV set will only show 1080, not 4K.
That makes language engaging, fun.
Okay, say that again.
So I heard, I listened to this text guy. He had a home theater set up with a den-in receiver, an old den-in receiver, and the TV doesn't show 4K because it goes from the box into his receiver, then to the TV, and the receiver is only capable of 1080, not 4K.
That makes sense.
I didn't realize that. So I might have to disconnect my receiver.
Were you the one that said you had a TV that wasn't a smart TV and you wanted the... That wasn't you?
No.
Oh, okay. I was my neighbor up there. you can buy the thing at Fire Stick.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Troubleshooter
Right.
Show. People listen, people help.
And basically makes it a smart TV.
Together.
Right.
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, that call, though, it truly was the first for me of that level of paranoia. I've never heard of anyone yet that did not want a remote sensing unit put on their water meter so people could read their water usage from the curb. Water districts are doing it all over the place. So there are guys, in fact, they don't even have to read it from the curb, I don't think. Don't they just, I think some of them can go Wi-Fi even, or cellular. But they are trying to save money on meter reading going into a house, and some of them do it from the curb. This guy says, nope, he doesn't want it because he doesn't want people hacking into it and then figuring out from his usage when he's home and when he's not. Now, could you imagine what that would take to do? You would have to go there you'd have to monitor it regularly to find a pattern to begin with. Then you'd have to figure out the next year then when the downside was coming and he couldn't possibly be home. And you would do that for what? To rob him? I mean, really? And truly, honest to God, does anyone listening, did they have sympathy for him and say, shut up, Tom, the poor guy, I understand what he's going through. I don't want those remote things in my home? Are you thinking that? I have to believe there can't be that many people with that level of paranoia or this thing about privacy. It's water usage. What about electrical usage? Do you realize how much people know about us? I don't even think people realize that. I don't think you understand how much people know about you. They can go online and learn shocking things about you with a license plate, a credit card number, a name, and every time you use it in a store, every time you use a check. Checks are the least secure thing you have in your life. Checks. With one check, I can rob you and you can never do anything about it, ever. Now, your bank may put the money back in your account if they choose to, but they will never ask for any kind of authorization for people to draw money out of a bank. It's a deep, dark secret of the banking industry. Right now, with a routing number and an account number, I can put a request through to get money. People think, oh, no, you can't. The bank must ask or must see a signature or some kind of PIN number. No, nothing. I swear to you, nothing. And we proved that one time to somebody. Remember that, Mark? He said, oh, you can't do that. Yeah, we can do that. Now, I'm not saying it's right to do it, and I'm not saying that if you did it millions of times you wouldn't be caught. You probably would. But you can most likely do it. Checks are the least secure instrument you have, the checks. Credit cards are better, but even they can be hacked. So, I mean, if you want to live like that, don't do anything. Curl yourself up into a lead cocoon and die, because you're not going to get the privacy you want, or the protection, or the safety. By the way, maybe our government should learn that too. I'm Tom Martino, and this is the consequences of living a free society.
Do roller coaster stock markets
clear
nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let...
Good show, guys. Thanks. Bye.
That was good. That was funny. That was funny. Amazing. Okay, so I'll call Mark really quick here.
So we got Duran, Panacea, Renew.
Hey, I'm on with the client. What's up?
I was just going to say, are you going to have Daphne do that with the computers and phone down there?
No, because the power's totally dead, dude.
Oh, it's dead now. Okay.
The phone, I'll know when it comes back on because my phone will come on. Your phone's dead too, by the way.
Okay.
Look right where it says 100. See it on your phone there?
Oh, the time?
No, look under the time where it says 100.
Yes.
You see the little picture of the phone is broken. It's got an X next to it.
Gotcha. That's it. Okay. Very good. I know that. Okay.
That means it can't talk. It can't talk to the mother.
Gotcha.
The mother is sitting in the basement, and all the power's off in the basement.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll let you go. Thanks. See you tomorrow
All
morning.
right, later, bye.
So I don't know. You can come there, Doc?
What?
You can come there? You're welcome. It's not a big deal. There's just
What's
if
going
you're we're gonna give that car to that person. I don't even remember.
You're going to give a car away?
Yeah.
To whom?
It was a couple of weeks ago. A guy called up and said they were gonna give it. And
Oh, to whom? Did they know who they were giving it to?
yeah. And